Chapter 2016. Lu Yin replied, I didn't understand in the past. The Mavis family doesn't seem like merchants. So how did you manage to control the Fifth Mainland's economy with just one half progenitor? Without waiting for Cloud Shadow to reply, Lu Yin continued, Now I understand. He stared at Cloud Shadow. You just don't look like merchants, but you're actually more like them than anyone else. Cloud Shadow was confused. What are you saying, Alliance Master Lu? You seem to have some misunderstanding about the Mavis family. Lu Yin sneered. Stop pretending, senior. The ancient god made it clear that your Mavis family is my Lu family's money bag. Furthermore, he pointed at his feet. This ancestral tortoise was also left to you by my Lu family. I finally understand why you were so eager to form an alliance with me. You didn't form an alliance with the Great Eastern Alliance but rather with me. It was because you wanted to change your relationship with me. You're clearly my Lu family's money bag, but you chose to form an alliance with me, a direct descendant of the Lu family. Cloud Shadow coughed dryly and gently said, Alliance Master Lu, you've fallen into the ancient god's trap. He's trying to sow discord between us. Lu Yin sneered. In this situation the human race is facing a crisis. Is there a need for him to sow discord? That's the Eternals, the cunning Eternals, Cloud Shadow said seriously. Lu Yin snorted. If the ancient god hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that he had been tricked. It was no wonder why the ancient god had been so generous and given him 5 billion star essence as a gift. 5 billion. That had truly shocked Lu Yin as he had seen the true wealth of the Fifth Mainland. Not only that, but the ancient god had also given him the authority to use 20 billion star essence at any time. He had been very straightforward when it came to borrowing money from the Mavis family. When he had asked to borrow people from the Outerverse to deal with the Astral Beast domain, the Mavis family had immediately sent him Mavis, a powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million. Before this, he had been especially grateful to the Mavis family for providing him with money, manpower, but now he understood that there was no such thing as unconditional love in this world. The Mavis family had their reasons for being so nice to him, and if what the ancient gods had said was true, then they were trying to make amends. The Lu clan had given the Mavis clan an ancestral turtle, allowing them to stay safely on the Fifth Mainland and become a behemoth in charge of the Fifth Mainland's economy. Although they could not produce a progenitor, they did not have to participate in the battle on the other side of the Astral Tree realm. As for the Mavis clan, they had schemed against him, a direct descendant of the Lu clan, in an attempt to break away from the Lu clan and form an alliance with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How many times had he dreamt that the Mavis family would support him and provide him with endless resources? Now that his dreams had come true, it was too late. Ahem, Alliance Master Lu, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's head to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone first. Cloud Shadow Mavis changed the topic. Lu Yin suppressed his anger and had Kuei Luo board the ancestral turtle as well. Together they took the Smokescreen Mountain range towards the Innerverse. Cloud Shadow Mavis didn't refuse. The ancestral turtle relied on the glowing fruits that grew on the divine trees to lure it, and it would go wherever it was told to go. Lu Yin finally understood why the ancestral turtle had looked at him when he had first arrived at the Mavis clan. It was because he was a member of the Lu family and the turtle had been able to sense it. Even an ancient god couldn't do anything about it. It was a great bodyguard and it could even move. Lu Yin couldn't understand why the Lu family had given it to the Mavis clan in the first place. There are treasures everywhere, Kuei Luo exclaimed as he walked around the divine trees. Several Mavis clan members followed behind him. They stared at Lu Yin as if he was a thief, their gazes filled with disdain. Kuei Luo sat down beside Lu Yin. What's going on? You seem to be in a bad mood. Have you heard of the Mavis clan? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo replied, I've heard of them a few times in the Astral Tree realm, but I don't know much about them. Has anyone from the Lu family ever mentioned them? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo replied, Not really. It's not that they haven't mentioned them, it's just that they haven't mentioned them to me. I've told them before that although I'm indebted to the Lu family, we haven't interacted much, so I don't know much about them. Lu Yin was depressed. That alliance agreement had shattered one of his dreams, and he had never suffered such a loss before. Cloud Shadow Mavis walked over. Kuei Luo turned around. Cloud Shadow Mavis slowly bowed. Greetings, half-martial ancestor. Kuei Luo waved a hand, Don't mention it. By the way, can I have one of those fruits? Cloud Shadow was helpless. I'm sorry, it's not convenient. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Petty. Senior, may I speak with Alliance Master Lu for a moment? Cloud Shadow asked courteously. Kuei Luo glanced at Lu Yin and turned to leave. Thank you, Senior. Cloud Shadow thanked him once more. After Kuei Luo left, Cloud Shadow faced Lu Yin's back and said, the Myriad Daoist clan, Qiming clan, and Mavis clan used to be one of the 3 great subordinate clans of the Lu family. When the 5th and 6th mainlands fought, the Daoist sect collapsed, and the Lu family and other primeval surnames moved the mother tree to the Tree of Outer Space, causing it to become an abandoned land. The Lu family took the Myriad Daoist clan and Qiming clan with them, leaving only my Mavis clan. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Cloud Shadow. Did the Lu family abandon you? Cloud Shadow Mavis replied, no, the Mavis family is willing to stay behind. Lu Yin raised his brows. If that's the case, then why did you split up with the Lu family? The Lu family didn't abandon you. Not split up but dissolved our alliance, Cloud Shadow said solemnly. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Cloud Shadow explained, my Mavis clan is different from the Myriad Daoist clan and Qiming clan. Those 2 clans relied on the Lu family to survive, and it was the Lu family that gave them everything. However, my Mavis clan is different. We have a long history, and although we declined due to the Eternals, we did not go extinct. It was the Lu family that saved us, and in order to repay their kindness, we willingly attached ourselves to the Lu family for hundreds of millions of years and became their money bag. However, there was an agreement that we would be separated from the Lu family one day. Although it wasn't an alliance, it was still an alliance. My Mavis clan didn't betray the Lu family, and naturally we didn't betray you either. Lu Yin laughed. You've been hiding this from me since the beginning. Even when the ancient gods mentioned it, you tried to cover it up. Now that you're saying something like this, how do you expect me to believe you? Cloud Shadow was helpless. If you hadn't lost your memories, then you wouldn't need me to explain. But now that you've lost your memories, all we can do is support you as much as we can. However, we can no longer rely on you or the Lu family. Our fate with the Lu family ended long ago, and if we meet again we will only be friends or allies. Lu Yin didn't know if Cloud Shadow was telling the truth. What about the ancestral turtle? Since you separated from the Lu family, why did the Lu family leave the ancestral turtle to you? Cloud Shadow Mavis laughed. It's not that the Lu family willingly left it to us, but that they had no choice. The ancestral turtle likes to eat the fruits of the god tree. Lu Yin looked up at the glowing fruits that were comparable to stars. That's it? That's right. That's the ancestral turtle's favorite food, and it's also the ancestral land of my Mavis clan. The Lu clan wanted to take the ancestral turtle with them, but the ancestral turtle refused to go with them. They had no choice but to leave the ancestral turtle behind and carry the divine tree, Cloud Shadow said. Lu Yin was annoyed. So she was a glutton. The Lu family had been so useless back then. If it had been him, he would have just taken the god tree away and see if the Mavis family would have followed him. Alliance Master Lu, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. You and I are allies. No matter what our relationship was in the past, we will always be allies now and in the future. The Mavis clan will definitely support you, Cloud Shadow Mavis said seriously. Lu Yin met her gaze. Can I trust you? Cloud Shadow replied solemnly, if the Mavis family had betrayed the Lu family, we wouldn't have survived until now. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. With the Lu family's strength, even if they hadn't had the time back then, they would have been able to take action after so many years. There's something I'm curious about. Lu Yin stared at Cloud Shadow. How much money do you have? Cloud Shadow's face twitched and she looked at Lu Yin intently. Not much. Lu Yin pursed his lips. We're all allies. It won't kill me to satisfy my curiosity. Cloud Shadow smiled bitterly. None of the direct descendants of the Lu family have ever spent money. My Mavis family wasn't originally a money-making organization. Like the Sirius sect, we were considered a family organization, but your Lu family forced us to become money bags. So you're saying that you know a lot about the Lu family? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Cloud Shadow replied, the Great Elder knows a lot about the Lu family, but there aren't many in my generation. Most of the information comes from the Great Elder's oral accounts and ancient texts. If Alliance Master Lu wants to know more about the Lu family, you can read the ancient texts of my Mavis family. We're all allies, so you can read as much as you want. As they spoke, the ancestral turtle crossed the cosmic sea and arrived in the Innerverse. They were currently between the First Flow Zone and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. Countless corpse kings surged out from the Neo-Human Alliance's hidden worlds, and they spread throughout the Fifth Mainland, especially the Cosmic Sea and the Innerverse. Lu Yin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and watched as the star energy in the distance burned away and gradually disappeared. A pure black spacecraft flew into the distance and it was filled with corpse kings. Mavis took action and easily destroyed the spacecraft, exterminating all the corpse kings. Along the way they destroyed any corpse kings they encountered. In the distance outside the First Flow Zone's Sword Mountain, many corpse kings were crushed to death by the sword array. The Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Second Grade Hall and First Grade Hall retreated to the Divine Grade Hall's territory and focused on exterminating the corpse kings. The entire Innerverse was working together to eliminate the corpse kings that had appeared in the Neo-Human Alliance's worlds. As the various corpse kings were eliminated, peace seemed to return to the Fifth Mainland. However, only a few people knew that the true danger had yet to appear. Once the situation at the Starfall Sea's border changed, the entire Fifth Mainland situation would change as well. Currently, the most closely watched battlefield was the one at the border of the Starfall Sea. Elder Chan, Drunkard and I Huang Wangxi and even the Sixth Mainland's 9 luminaries Zhou Xian, and the others all had their own opponents. This was a domain that ordinary cultivators were unaware of, and even powers like the Sword Sect. Chapter 2017. Although the Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse, they had already withdrawn their defensive line and were only defending the east of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which included half of the Gu Flow Zone, the First Flow Zone and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. The appearance of the ancestral turtle shocked the Great Eastern Alliance. After Lu Yin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the first thing he did was contact the 8 Great Flow Zones in the Innerverse. Atop Sword Mountain, Lu Qinjue looked at Lu Yin on the screen with an ugly expression. Alliance leader, forgive my sword sect for not agreeing to your terms. Sword Mountain is the foundation of our sword sect, and we've controlled the First Flow Zone for countless years without ever leaving. If you want us to abandon Sword Mountain and defend the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, then even if I agree to your terms, these disciples of the sword sect will not agree. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I'm not asking you to give up on Sword Mountain. Once this calamity is over you can go back. Lu Qinjue shook his head. The sword sect has tens of millions of disciples, and hundreds of thousands of them are willing to die of old age at Sword Mountain. In the past, countless disciples became a part of Sword Mountain. This is the sword sect's belief. Even if you and Sword Mountain are destroyed? Lu Yin asked in return. Lu Qinjue said firmly, even so we won't leave. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Things were not going well for the sword sect, the Divine Grade Hall and even the Divine Gu dynasty. This was especially true for the Divine Gu dynasty. They believed that they had the protection of the Gu Flow Zone, and they had been able to defend themselves against the Sixth Mainland's attack. This time their confidence had soared and they did not want to leave the Gu Flow Zone. Currently, the Fifth Mainland's most suitable location for defense was the Eastern Flow Zone of the Innerverse. If the humans were defeated, then they could only hope that the Fifth Mainland could hold on. Even though Lu Yin did not hold much hope that they would be able to resist the Eternals' invasion this time, he was not going to cower before the battle had even begun. He was waiting for a victor to emerge from the battle between the demi-ancestors. If he won, then they would gather together and launch a counterattack. The reason why he had gathered all the great powers in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was because he did not believe that they could win the battle between the demi-ancestors. If they lost, then the Fifth Mainland would lose all hope. Lu Yin would then use Jupiter to escape from the Fifth Mainland as quickly as possible. Now the entire Fifth Mainland was waiting for the half-martial ancestors to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the eternal half-martial ancestors were waiting for the humans to gather. They were filled with confidence. Once the Eternals bared their fangs, the final battle would begin. Once the half-martial ancestor battlefield was defeated, the Fifth Mainland would be finished. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to consolidate the entire Great Eastern Alliance and gather all the forces that could be used. He would either launch a counterattack against the Eternals and drive them out, or he would take them to the Astral Tree and use them to deal with the 4 cardinal scales. The entire fifth mainland was filled with half-progenitor battlefields. In the outerverse, outside of the Daoist sect, the 9 luminaries were facing off against the Forgotten Ruins deity, and their battle was earth-shattering. In the innerverse, at the border of the Starfall Sea, Elder Chan's original opponent had been a half-progenitor corpse king, and he had been confident of a complete victory. However, he had run into the 12 marquises, and the more he fought, the more exhausted he became. Anai Huang was up against the Green Bamboo Marquis Wang Si and the High Sage Heavenly Master. As time passed, Elder Chan and the others would only be at a disadvantage. They would not be able to replenish their stellar sources. Not only the half-martial ancestor battlefield, but the countless mechanical ants and corpse kings were also gradually being suppressed. In just a few days, the outcome of the battle outside the Fallen Star Sea was almost obvious. A few days later, Lu Yin also learned that the Exin Kong corridor had been destroyed, and that the Eternals were determined to obtain the fifth mainland. How good would it be if the symbol ancestor's strength reappeared? Ling Qiu muttered to herself. The Lingling clan's spirit seal flow zone was located in the western part of the central region of the Innerverse. When the Starsource universe had been devoured, the spirit ancestor had decisively decided to bring the Lingling clan to the eastern flow zone to seek refuge. The more he understood the Eternals, the more he realized how terrifying they were. Sword the Celestial Sect and the other factions could rely on their location to replenish their stellar sources and weren't afraid of an attack from the Eternals, but they couldn't. If human cultivators lost their stellar sources, they would lose their ability to fight. When Lu Yin heard Ling Qiu's words, his heart skipped a beat. When the sixth mainland had invaded, the symbol ancestor's strength had restricted all cultivators to the Enlighter realm. Although the sixth mainland still had a huge advantage in terms of Enlighters, the gap between the two sides had been greatly reduced. If the symbol ancestor's strength reappeared, then it would indeed be good news for the humans. However, Lu Yin felt that it was unlikely, as the symbol ancestor's strength could not reappear infinitely. At the end of that battle, the symbol ancestor's strength had been constantly shrinking. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as the symbol ancestor's strength had not reappeared. However, a force that was expected yet unexpected had appeared: the materialization of the mind web. Back when Wang Si, Old Whitehead and Kuei Luo had appeared in the technocracy's dimensional battlefield, the half-martial ancestor's strength had been too great, which had caused the mind web to appear in the technocracy and trap everyone. At that time, Lu Yin had already guessed the truth about the technocracy. Now, the mind web had not only extended to the technocracy, but it had also extended to the entire fifth mainland. It quickly covered the entire Fallen Star Sea battlefield, and then it continued to spread to the east. Elder Chan and the rest looked up at the mind web, their faces filled with confusion. Facing Elder Chan was a sword-wielding man with a gloomy expression. He looked rather old, and his clothes were tattered and filled with jagged tears. It was a very strange sight. This person was one of the 12 marquises, and even Elder Chan was helpless against him. The power that came from there. Interesting. The man looked up at the mind web above his head, and a dark red color appeared in his eyes. He then raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Elder Chan's expression was calm, but he was filled with apprehension towards this person's swordsmanship. He had never seen such a strange swordsmanship before, and it seemed like it was both a sword technique and a secret technique. It was much more difficult to deal with than the sword sect's 13 swords. The man's sword slashed at the mind web, causing it to undulate like the surface of water. The next moment, the man's body was uncontrollably dragged up and finally trapped within the mind web. It was exactly the same as when Kuei Luo and Lu Yin had been trapped. Elder Chan was shocked, as he understood this person's strength very well. Even Elder Chan was not confident in being able to defeat Marquis Wui of the 12 marquises. So how had he been so easily restrained? At the border of the technocracy, Wang Si and Old White Ghost exchanged glances. Be careful. Don't attack. This net can trap us. Anai Huang was shocked, and across from them, Marquis Qingzhu's attack stopped as he looked at Wang Si in astonishment. Wang Si's expression was gloomy. This invisible net can easily trap me, Old White Ghost and Kuei Luo. It'll be very difficult for us to escape. The Wastelands actually have such power? Marquis Qingzhu was puzzled. Due to the appearance of the mind web and the fact that it had trapped Marquis Wui, the humans and the everlasting demi-ancestors did not dare to act rashly. It was the same for the envoys. No one dared to test the waters for fear of being trapped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Chan met up with Ni Huang and the others and headed towards the eastern flow zone of the Innerverse. As for the battlefield outside the Starfall Sea, only the everlasting corpse kings and the countless mechanical ants were left. Aside from the mechanical ants, no other power had participated in the battle. The mechanical ants had appeared to exhaust the endless corpse kings. The 5th and 6th mainlands had gathered many cultivators, but most of them had died in battle while a few had escaped. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin looked up at the mind web with a complicated expression. The ancestors of the human race had left behind many backups for their race. When the symbol progenitor's power disappeared, the Hui progenitor's power would appear. If the Hui progenitor's power disappeared, no one knew who else would appear. During the battle in the burial garden, the mystery progenitor had betrayed the human race, and the Qin progenitor had also acted. Lu Yin did not know if it was a remnant power or something else. They were the most respected ancestors of the human race. If the human race could continue, then perhaps the progenitor would become a progenitor in the future and leave behind something for the human race. After a while, Lu Yin smiled bitterly. It was still uncertain if he could survive this calamity. Even if he escaped to the cosmic tree realm, it would be difficult for him to establish himself there given his status. Facing the 4 cardinal scales was not much easier than facing the everlasting tribe. Not long after, several figures appeared above the Ross Empire's stronghold. Kuei Luo was the first to look up with a shocked expression. 6 demi-ancestors had actually arrived. The ones who appeared above the Ross Empire's stronghold were Elder Chan, the Sage Celestial Master, and Ni Huang. When Lu Yin saw Ni Huang and the others, he immediately asked Kuei Luo to take him to the Mavis family. Kuei Luo did not hesitate, and without a word he grabbed Lu Yin and left. Wang Si subconsciously wanted to attack, but Ni Huang stopped her and pointed up. Wang Si was shocked. She had forgotten that the moment she saw Lu Xiaoxian, anger and hatred had overwhelmed her. That's the Lu family's ancestral turtle? Old White Ghost looked in the direction that Kuei Luo had taken Lu Yin and saw a huge creature lying in outer space. It was difficult to ignore it. Ni Huang and the others looked at the ancestral turtle. That's right. The Lu family didn't take the ancestral turtle with them. We found it strange that they left it here. They left it in their pockets, Xiada said. Wang Si's eyes narrowed. The remnants of the Lu family are hiding on the ancestral turtle's back. Even without the power above us, we can't do anything to them. Ni Huang shook her head and sighed. Let's think of a way to deal with this crisis first. Xiada was speechless. Lu Xiaoxian was too cautious. How could they have the time to deal with him at a time like this? He had even fled to the ancestral turtle's back at the first opportunity. It was no wonder that he had survived until now. Elder Chan glanced at them. Everyone, the human race is facing a calamity. You all said that you should put aside your hatred for the time being and not fight amongst yourselves. Remember your words. Ni Huang replied, Don't worry. Even if we want to act, we have to be wary of the power above us. Elder Chan nodded and looked at the Upper Elysian Heavenly Master. The Upper Elysian Heavenly Master moved further away and began to set up a sourcebox array. Meanwhile, Elder Chan led Ni Huang and the others closer to the ancestral turtle. On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin had his hands clasped behind his back as he faced Ni Huang and the others. Behind him was a glowing fruit from the god tree that was filled with holiness. One by one, the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries walked out. Lu Yefei Brute Force, the Sea King Elder He, the Ice Empress Ling Taizu and Ling Qiu all looked at Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors. Even further away, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces gathered. Legions of large giants, small giants, Lu Xian's army and so on filled the heavens. Countless battleships were poised to set off towards the west. The entire Great Eastern Alliance had activated its war mechanism. Although it was a spectacular sight, it was a pity that Ni Huang and the others did not care about it. They had all experienced the battlefield at the back, and most of the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators did not have the qualifications to go there. Even if they did, they would only be cannon fodder. Don't worry, they won't do anything to you, Elder Chan said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained calm. I don't believe that. Wang Si raised her brows. Elder Chan was speechless. They're not that stupid. We don't know what level of strength this power above us can trap. They're also afraid of being trapped. Chapter 2018. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. Senior, you overestimate them. The stupidity of the four-way scales is beyond your imagination. If they weren't stupid, then they wouldn't have dug their own graves and instigated a civil war between humans to benefit the Eternals. To be honest, I even suspect that many of them are redbacks. Remnant of the Lu clan, you're too impudent, Wang Si said coldly. And Huang looked at Lu Yin. Why did someone from my White Dragon tribe appear in the first place? This was the first time that Huang had seen Lu Yin in person. Back in the Cosmic Tree realm, a huge battle had broken out the moment Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, and Huang had never had the chance to speak to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Huang. Coincidence? Great Elder Huang had a complicated look in her eyes. I really hoped that you were from the White Dragon clan. Unfortunately, you failed to live up to my expectations. You used and deceived the White Dragon clan. If your White Dragon tribe hadn't used the White Dragon tribe to make a comeback, my Lu family wouldn't have been exiled. You and I will always be enemies. Well said, Huang shouted as she looked at Lu Yin. You and I will always be enemies. Even if we survive this calamity in the wasteland, we will still be enemies. Nonsense, Lu Yin replied coldly. Huang clenched her fists. There were very few people who dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even Wang Si and the others, who were also half-martial ancestors, did not dare to be so impudent. Old White Host's eyes were cold. Little bastard, you killed the young ancestor of the Frigid Immortal sect and provoked the Frigid Immortal sect. I won't let this matter rest. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Old White Ghost. I'll add one more thing. In the future, I'll destroy your Frigid Immortal sect. You can tell those words to me. Old Ghost Bai was furious. Xiada was helpless. These half-martial ancestors were very formidable in battle, but how could they win against a junior with a glib tongue? Moreover, this kid still had the most detestable Kue Luo who hadn't spoken yet. Lu Xiaoxian, you know that the Xian Kong corridor was destroyed, right? Xiada asked. Lu Yin raised his head. Yes. Now that we're all on the same side, we can only work together to fight against the Eternals. Release the expeditionary army. They're also a force to be reckoned with, Xiada said. Huang and the rest stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. You're right, but I agree. Xiada was surprised. So easy? Even Elder Chan was shocked as he was beginning to understand Lu Yin more and more. Although Lu Yin had the greater good of the human race in his heart, he still could not shake off his own selfish schemes. The construction of the fifth tower and the creation of the Aurora Stronghold's universal armor that contained microarray technology were probably all part of the plan to deal with the Cosmic Tree Expedition Army. Although Elder Zen did not know how Lu Yin had found out about the Cosmic Tree Expedition Army in advance, he was increasingly certain that Lu Yin would never allow himself to be taken advantage of. Agreeing to release the Starry Sky Expedition Army so easily was unlike him. Sure, but only on the battlefield, Lu Yin said. Huang frowned. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, if I release them now, who knows if you'll go into hiding or find another way to escape back to the astral trees. You said that we'll work together to fight against the Everlasting Tribe, so that's not a problem. I'll release them on the battlefield where we're fighting against the Everlasting Tribe and we'll all work together. Bullshit. Xiada couldn't help but curse. If you left them in a desperate situation, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Wu Xiaoxian, you're too evil. Lu Yin casually replied, I didn't plan on doing that, but you did remind me that it's possible. How dare you? Lu Yin shouted. Huang frowned and looked at Elder Chan. Is this what you meant by letting go of our grudges and dealing with the human race's calamity? Lu Xiaoxian is clearly using his position to avenge his personal grudges. Elder Chan was helpless. If Lu Yin wanted to do it, he could do it. If he wanted to, he could do it. Why did he have to say it out loud? Elder Chan was in a difficult position now. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yin spoke up again. But don't worry, I'm not that despicable. I won't leave them in a desperate situation. After all, even if I do leave them in a desperate situation, I'll still go. What if I die? Huang's expression softened a little when she heard this. But Lu Yin's lips curled up. Releasing them will take some time, and that time might bring danger to me. It might even threaten my life, so it won't be that easy to release them. I'll need to find the right opportunity and also have the ability to protect myself. Do you understand? And Huang was confused. What did he mean? Elder Chan raised a brow. As expected, this brat had his own plans. Xiada didn't understand. What do you mean? Lu Yin was annoyed. Have you guys gone stupid from cultivating? Is your brain damaged? Old White Ghost sneered. Just tell us what you want, but don't get your hopes up. We're only here for an expedition to the abandoned lands, not to cultivate. We didn't bring anything too precious. If it's a battle technique, then forget about it, Wang Si said. Only then did Huang and Xiada realize that Lu Yin wanted something. They looked at Lu Yin strangely, but there was also a sense of familiarity. This was indeed the style of the Lu family. Lu Yin raised his head. I don't care about your lousy battle techniques. Just give me some star essence. If a half-ancestor from the 6th mainland or someone who didn't know Lu Yin at all had heard this condition, they would have been shocked. Star essence was practically useless to an emissary. However, Huang and the others weren't surprised at all. They understood the Lu family too well. The direct descendants of the Lu family had dozens or even hundreds of times more star energy than ordinary cultivators. Summoning generals at the platform also required star energy. Even though Lu Yin was already an emissary and summoning emissaries required star sources, there were still many people who weren't emissaries that needed to be summoned. This was the Lu family. Cultivating in the Lu family required a ridiculous amount of resources. We can give you star essence, but you have to release them now. Otherwise, if they suddenly appear on the battlefield, they'll only suffer losses, Huang said in a low voice. Lu Yin hesitated. Old White Ghost said, the astral source universe of the abandoned land has been absorbed, and it doesn't just affect the astral source, but also the star energy. Only this region is slightly more stable. Release them now and let them make the necessary preparations. Elder Chan said, that's right. We're here because of this as well. Not only us but all the half-ancestors and emissaries will be gathering here. We'll prepare in the shortest time possible before we launch a counterattack on the Starfall Sea. We must force the Eternals back and seal the Starfall Sea again. We really do need to give them time to prepare. Lu Yin sighed. But I agree. Xiada was the most straightforward. I have 600 million star essence. I'll give them all to you. Lu Yin frowned. That little? Xiada was astonished. That's little? I'm a half-ancestor and I don't have much use for star essence. I'm just keeping them in case I need to buy something or give them to my juniors. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. If even 600 million star essence is too little, then you must have earned quite a bit in the abandoned land. Elder Chan subconsciously looked at Lu Yin, as no one knew exactly how much Lu Yin had earned. In any case, it was quite a lot. Even Lu Yin himself had not calculated it. During this period alone, he had earned more than 200 billion star essence. Unfortunately, he had used up most of it and there were only about 70 billion left in his cosmic ring. Although it was still too little, it was better than nothing. Lu Yin accepted it and then looked at Huang and the other two. Huang had given him 900 million while Old White Ghost had given him 800 million. Finally, Lu Yin looked at Wang Si. Wang Si looked at Lu Yin with a gaze filled with disgust and killing intent. She wanted nothing more than to attack him, but in the end she handed over 300 million star essence to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had obtained 6 billion star essence from these 4 half-progenitors, which wasn't too bad. Although you're so poor, I'll still fulfill my end of the bargain, Lu Yin said. He then took out Mount Supreme, causing people to fall out one by one and land on a nearby planet. These people looked around blankly when they came out. Wang Si barked, recover your strength immediately. What are you looking at? Within Mount Supreme, Wang Dashui watched as the people around him disappeared one by one, including the emissaries and elders. He was hoping that it would be his turn. Unfortunately, he was unable to leave in the end. It wasn't just him. Yu Qin, Lu Xiaoge, Wang Su and Xia Taili were all unable to leave. Where are Wang Su and Wang Yi? Wang Si glared at Lu Yin. Xiada looked around. Xia Taili isn't here either. Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, I'm keeping them to prevent you from playing any tricks. Lu Xiaoxian, how dare you lie to me? Wang Si was furious. Lu Yin replied seriously, I'll let them go as long as we survive this calamity. But before that, I'm sorry, but I can't let them go. I don't trust your character, especially you, old hag. You're too despicable. Wang Si gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. Get ready. The celestial master's voice rang out from the distance. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw a giant sourcebox array appear in the sky. This is a sourcebox array unique to Everlasting Island that was created by the celestial master himself. It can draw in astral sources for a certain amount of time, and the sourcebox array can hide them from the universe's detection, Elder Chan explained. He then looked at Lu Yin. Immediately have all the emissaries you can contact come over and use this sourcebox array to recover their astral sources. We need to counterattack as soon as possible. Lu Yin nodded and had Lu Yefei and the others enter the sourcebox array. The emissaries of the Astral Tree expedition walked out one by one and entered the sourcebox array as well. The next moment, Lu Yin contacted Lu Qinjue and the others and had the various powers of the Innerverse send out their elite disciples. All the emissaries entered the sourcebox array to recover their astral sources while the rest of the disciples waited for the battle to begin. Elder Chan notified the entire fifth mainland, including the sixth mainland of the Outerverse. The various powers all sent out their elite disciples to the western flow zone of the Innerverse in preparation for the counterattack. The most important thing at the moment was to confirm the strength of the attacks allowed by the mine net and to allow all the emissaries to recover. As for the border of the Starfall Sea, the Eternal Corpse Kings continued to pour in and fight against the mechanical ants. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. A full 10 days passed and the mechanical ants were completely suppressed. However, the Corpse Kings did not completely disperse, and they instead gathered at the border of the Starfall Sea. At the same time, the fifth mainland's half-ancestors all gathered at the blazing mist flow zone, and they also brought along the emissaries who could follow them. There were dozens of them gathered at the sourcebox array, and it was a magnificent sight. Thanks to the Caramel Lottie brothers for their support. Thank you. Chapter 2019. Lu Yin also entered the sourcebox array and he wasn't the only one. Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors did the same, as they needed to maintain their peak condition. There were a total of 14 half-martial ancestors. In addition to Elder Qing Ping who could fight against a half-martial ancestor, there were 15 peerless experts. Elder Chan was the first to speak. We can't wait any longer. Once the technocracy's mechanical ants are exhausted, it'll be our turn next. We have to join forces and fight the Eternals before the mechanical ants are exhausted. How are the 2 progenitor realm seniors of the 6th mainland doing? The 6th mainland had 4 half-martial ancestors. They were 9 brilliances: Old Ghost Shui, Medicine Immortal and Lan Xian. Lan Xian's expression was calm. With a veil covering her face, she looked like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. She did not pay any attention to these half-martial ancestors. Instead, she would occasionally glance at the distant Lu Yin. After hearing Elder Chan's words, 9 luminaries replied, "The situation isn't very good. Even though He Wuxian has disappeared for some reason, the 2 ancestors still can't break through the corpse god's body and reseal the entrance to the Starfall Sea." Xiaji frowned. If we can't seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, what's the point of our final battle? Even if we kill all the Corpse Kings, there's still an endless stream of them coming in. Are you blaming the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor? 9 Brilliant stared at Xiaji, his tone unfriendly. Xiaji coldly snorted. Of course he didn't dare to say this. No matter what, the 2 ancestor realm experts guarding the Starfall Sea had done humanity a great service. Elder Chan continued, even if we can't reseal the entrance to the Starfall Sea, this battle is unavoidable. We have no way to retreat. Besides, I have a way to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea as long as we can get close to it. He then looked at Enai Huang. You know more about the Eternals than we do. Whether or not we can defeat them depends on us. Now, please tell us about our opponents. Everyone looked at Enai Huang and the others, including the half-martial ancestors of the 6th mainland. They were also curious about the primeval surnames of the 5th mainland. You have a way to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea? What is it? Jiu Yao did not look at Enai Huang and the others. Instead he stared at Elder Chan and asked. Elder Chan muttered to himself for a moment, then solemnly said, "Does anyone know of the sky-supporting pillar?" Wang Si and the others were confused as they had never heard of this name before. Only Enai Huang blurted out, "The pillar that supports the Dao Source sect?" Nine Radiance said, I remember now. There is indeed such a pillar, but what's its use? Elder Chan looked at Nine Luminaries and said, it seems that even though the sixth mainland won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Many of your legacies must have been destroyed and you don't even know about the sky-supporting pillar. The Nine Luminaries had ugly expressions on their faces. Back when the fifth mainland had fought against the sixth mainland, although they had won and had even changed the fifth mainland's sky, it had still been a Pyrrhic victory. The Daoist sect had almost been burned to the ground, and it had almost been melted down by that madman Xiaxia. Although they had managed to survive in the end, more than half of the experts who had been guarding the Daoist sect had died, and many of its inheritances had been severed forever. He had never thought that the pillar that supported the Daoist sect would still be useful, as even the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor did not know about it. Elder Chan calmly replied, the sky-supporting pillar can support the entire Daoist sect, so it's no ordinary object. As for the materials used to construct it, I'm not too sure, but according to legends, it was created by the progenitor and it cannot be destroyed. It's also a divine object that can change in size. Mount Supreme? The head inquisitor suddenly asked. Elder Chan explained, on the surface, Mount Supreme is a refined power vessel, but in reality, it's just a corner of the sky-supporting pillar. No one knows how it broke away, but according to the records, even progenitors find it difficult to break through the sky-supporting pillar. You can imagine how tenacious it is. I plan to use the sky-supporting pillar to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea, push the corpse god away and completely isolate the Eternals. Everyone fell silent as this plan was not very feasible. The simplest question was, how could they push the corpse god away? Old White Ghost asked this question. There are only 2 progenitors in this wasteland, and they probably can't even protect themselves. There are also strong and weak progenitors, so don't expect them to use the sky-supporting pillar to push the corpse god away. It's even more impossible for us. Elder Chan solemnly said, as long as we can push the sky-supporting pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, there will be a way. The Hall of Honor was only established because of Progenitor Hui. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe in Progenitor Hui. No one refuted him. Even if 9 luminaries and the others hated Progenitor Hui, they had to admit that his wisdom was beyond their reach. Perhaps there really was a way to use the sky-supporting pillar to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and this was the only way. Where's the sky-supporting pillar? Anai Huang asked. Elder Chan replied, the Realm Mountain is the sky-supporting pillar. So your Hall of Honor's Realm Mountain is the sky-supporting pillar. No wonder the Hall of Honor claims to be the orthodox. Xiaji was amazed. Then who will push the sky-supporting pillar to the entrance of the Starfall Sea? 9 luminaries asked. Lan Xian couldn't help but look at Lu Yin again, as she was not interested in this discussion. In the distance, Lu Yin noticed that Lan Xian's gaze made him wary. Hold on, Old White Ghost suddenly spoke up and stared at Qing Ping. This person isn't even a half-ancestor. Is he qualified to discuss this with us? The head judge remained silent. Elder Chan replied, his strength is enough to challenge a half-ancestor. Old White Ghost sneered. Challenge a half-ancestor? Is there such a person in your wasteland? Do you know what it means to challenge a half-ancestor? Even in the Daoist sect's era, such a person would be a candidate for the position of sect master of the Elysium. Elder Chan replied, his name is Qing Ping. You should have heard of him before. Old White Ghost was confused, but Xiada exclaimed and looked at the head judge. That Qing Ping who snuck into the cosmic tree realm and single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of his generation and stole the origin item? Anai Huang was shocked. I remember now. He was the only one who succeeded in the Sovereign Realm's fight for the origin item. Everyone else was defeated, including the son of the Lu family. The head judge remained silent. Elder Chan replied, that's right, it's him. He's now infinitely close to becoming a half-ancestor, but his true cultivation is enough to challenge a half-ancestor. He fought with the Forgotten Ruins deity before, and he also fought the ancient god and the others at the Realm Mountain. Old White Ghost no longer questioned the head judge. No one knew more about how terrifying the Lu family was than them. Back in the Sovereign Realm, Qing Ping had not only defeated the son of the Lu family, but also all the other geniuses of his generation. At that time it wasn't just the 4 cardinal scales, the Lu family and the Nong family that had been present. We finished talking about the pillar. Let's continue. Senior Anai Huang, please tell us about our opponents, Elder Chan said. Anai Huang looked deeply at Qing Ping and clasped her hands behind her back. The corpse god is holding the entrance to the Starfall Sea, and He Wuxian has disappeared. We'll be facing half-ancestor opponents, and the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises are the most difficult to deal with. Have you met any of the 7 sky gods? The drunkard gulped down a mouthful of wine. His face was pale and it was obvious that his injuries were not light. I met the ancient god. On the other side, 9 Brilliants said, I met the Forgotten Ruins deity. Xiaji looked at Kuei Luo, who rolled his eyes. Why are you looking at me? Fine, old man. I won't say that you were beaten to tears by the undying deity, all right? Xiaji was furious. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kuei Luo sneered. Am I wrong? You could have stalled for time, but you forced the undying deity to use his ultimate move and almost killed you. If it weren't for me, you would have been finished. Xiaji's expression turned ugly, but he could not refute this. He had witnessed the undying deity's strength, and it was at that moment that he understood what the 7 sky gods were. Anai Huang said, it's already good enough to survive against the 7 sky gods. They are 7 old monsters, and to be honest, I don't know much about them. At most, I can tell you about the 12 marquises. Marquis Wui is trapped, and I met Marquis Green Bamboo. My next opponent is him as well, but I don't know if there are any other 12 marquises besides him. Lan Xian said, we met a marquis. Anai Huang was astonished. You met a marquis? And you survived? The medicine Immortal sighed. It was the 3 of us who met him. If we hadn't worked together, we wouldn't have survived. Even so, we were still suppressed. Kuei Luo was speechless. When you met the Celestial Beast Empire's half-ancestor, the 3 of you worked together and almost died. Speaking of which, what did you 3 do? Was it useful? Old Devil Shui frowned and glared at Kuei Luo. Those are the 12 marquises. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. You speak as if you know the 12 marquises. That's enough, Kuei Luo. Shut up. It's disgusting. Wang Xi was displeased. Kuei Luo's reputation in the starry sky of trees was too great. Now that he was with Lu Xiaoxian, the more Wang Xi looked at him, the more displeased she felt. Kuei Luo was displeased. Old bitch, don't you know how to talk? Don't think that I'm afraid just because you're with old Devil Shui. 1 against 2, I've never been afraid of anyone. Wang Xi was furious and was about to attack. Old Devil Shui stepped forward as well. Kuei Luo, don't talk nonsense. Kuei Luo sneered. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Isn't that Wang Yun a child of yours? Xiada was shocked. Old Devil Shui, you still have such a trick up your sleeve? Old Devil Shui was furious. Kuei Luo, you're spouting nonsense. You're looking to die. Anai Huang and Elder Chan stepped forward at the same time. One stood between Wang Xi and Old Devil Shui while the other stood in front of Kuei Luo. The humans are facing a calamity. Before we gathered together, we agreed that we should put aside our hatred for now. Anai Huang glared coldly at Kuei Luo. Shut up. Elder Chan was not slow either. He glanced at Kuei Luo. Whether it's true or not, don't talk about it now. Wang Xi raised an eyebrow. Old thing, what do you mean by that? Elder Chan stared at Wang Xi. Old Devil Shui also stared at Elder Chan, and the atmosphere became tense. Jiu Yao shouted, if we have to worry about internal strife even if we work together, then we might as well go our separate ways and act on our own. Elder Chan said, if we don't have a unified command, it'll be easy for us to be defeated one by one. Let me ask you, who has the confidence to fight against the Eternals? If we can't replenish our astral sources, we'll always be at a disadvantage. No one has the ability to take the sky-supporting pillar away from the encirclement of so many half-ancestors. Anai Huang glared at Wang Xi and Old Devil Shui. Let's put aside our past hatred for now. Only by defeating the Eternals can we take revenge. Otherwise we'll all die. You don't want to die with that kind of person, do you? Kuei Luo heard this and was about to continue mocking her, but Elder Chan stopped him with a serious expression. I don't care what you were like in the past, but now the bigger picture. Chapter 2020. Kuei Luo bared his teeth and glared at Anai Huang and the others. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. This old man is not well liked. Do as you wish. I'm leaving. There's only these half-ancestors. If you leave, who will fill your spot? Nine Brilliance asked. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes and then waved at the distant Lu Yin. Come listen in my place. If there's anything you want to say, just tell me. He then glanced at the crowd. That should be enough. I can do my part and I don't have time to waste with you. He then turned and left. The group of half-ancestors looked at Lu Yin. If it had been anyone else, even someone with a power level in the millions, they would have trembled. After all, they were facing a half-ancestor. However, Lu Yin did not care at all. He leisurely walked over and stood where Kuei Luo had been. Continue. Wang Si coldly said, What qualifications does this little thing have to discuss with us? Does he have the ability to fight against a half-ancestor? Lu Yin looked at her. Old bitch, you talk too much. He then looked at Old White Ghost with disdain. You're interested in this? Old White Host's anger surged once more, and he was even angrier than when he had faced Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo was a half-ancestor, someone of the same generation, while this brat was just an emissary. A mere emissary had actually dared to mock him and even malign him. Wang Si was similarly furious. And Huang shouted, All right, enough with the nonsense. She then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian will set aside our hatred for now, but you don't have the qualifications to join our discussion. We need to choose a commander and Kuei Luo is not qualified. You don't have to come, just leave. Lu Yin raised his head. So that's how it is. Then there's no need to choose. I'll be the one. And Huang and the rest looked at Lu Yin quietly, as if they had just heard something unbelievable. Old Shui sneered. The younger generation these days is so daring that they even think of commanding us half-ancestors. What a joke. Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin in shock. He had indeed thought of letting Lu Yin command a portion of the battle, but not on the battlefield of half-ancestors. How arrogant. A mere remnant of the Lu family dares to command us? Are you crazy? Wang Si was so angry that she started mocking Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. What? Do all of you know that only those with the same or higher cultivation can command you? He then looked at Old Blood Ghost. During the war in the Outerverse, Lu Yin forcibly took back a weave in the east from your sixth mainland. You mobilized 3 half-progenitors, but they were all useless. In the end, you could only sign an agreement. Is that true? Old Blood Ghost disdainfully replied, That's because the Yao Emperor was holding you back. Without the Astral Beast domain, how could you have the ability to sign an agreement with us? If it weren't for the Astral Beast domain, that war wouldn't have started. Can't you hear yourself? Lu Yin did not hold back in his sarcasm. The Shui geezer was furious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Fine, fine, fine. With the enemy before us, I won't bicker with a junior like you. Lu Yin sneered. When a junior like me was threatened by the Astral Beast domain in the Outerverse, your sixth mainland gave up and even planned to have us fight to the death with the Astral Beast domain while reaping the benefits of the Astral Beast domain. Yet you still managed to scheme against us. Does this have anything to do with your cultivation? Old Blood Ghost was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yin then looked at Wang Si. Old bitch, I used the alias Long 7 in the Astral Tree domain and fooled all of you. If not for Wang Yun coincidentally seeing me in this region, I would have already become a progenitor's disciple. All of this happened right under your noses, so you're welcome. Frankly speaking, my intelligence far exceeds yours. Wang Si raised her brows. You're just sly and cunning. Lu Yin looked at Huang, Xiada and Old Blood Ghost. Actually, you're right to say that Kuei Luo doesn't have the right to be a commander. He can't see the big picture, and similarly the 4 of you don't have the right either. Huang's expression changed. In terms of cultivation, who here dares to say that they can surpass me? In terms of experience, I participated in the final battle with the 6th mainland, and in terms of experience I fought against the Eternals on the backside for countless years. I've seen almost all of the 12 marquises, yet you're saying that I don't have the right? Lu Yin faced Huang directly. I've already said that cultivation has nothing to do with command. As for experience, did you command the final battle with the 6th mainland? If that's the case, then that won't do because we lost that battle. If you've never commanded, then you're even less qualified. This junior has seen people who have survived from the Daoist sex era, and you're not the only one. As for your understanding of the 12 marquises, that's just information. Does Senior intend to hide this information from us? Huang frowned. Even so, it's not up to a junior like you to command us. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Elder Chan. Senior, may I ask who is the most famous person in the fifth mainland? Elder Chan was stunned and so were the other half-ancestors. Who was the most famous? How could this be counted? Even as half-ancestors, they did not dare to claim that they were the most famous. After all, people at different realms would interact with different people. Ordinary cultivators, even hunters, would not have heard of them. If this had been a few decades ago, there would have been no way to answer this question. Even if Elder Chan was the Hall of Honor's master, how many people in the fifth mainland had heard of him? The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would hide themselves. But now, Elder Chan answered without hesitation, "Of course it's you, Lu Yin." And Ai Huang's eyes narrowed as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled, raised his head and swept his gaze across all the half-ancestors. "That's right, it's me, Lu Yin. Ever since the Astral Combat Academy, I've been famous throughout the universe. I became the paragon of my generation during the Sovereign Tournament, and the Great Eastern Alliance unified the Innerverse and Outerverse. Who doesn't know about that? I even established the fifth pagoda and enlightened the fifth mainland." Lu Yin looked at Ai Huang and the other half-ancestors in high spirits. "Go and find out how much influence my words have on the fifth mainland. Even in front of the various seniors, I dare to say that the sky belongs to the Lu family." Not only were Ai Huang and the others shocked by Lu Yin's words, but even 9 luminaries and the others were shocked by Lu Yin's words. Unknowingly, Lu Yin had already reached such heights. Although his cultivation had not caught up to theirs, his influence far surpassed theirs. Even the sixth mainland's Daoist sect or the fifth mainland's Hall of Honor would not dare to say that their influence surpassed Lu Yin's. As long as he was willing, he could face off against the astral beast domain alone, make the sixth mainland compromise and influence the Hall of Honor. He was the ultimate figure that everyone in the fifth mainland recognized. "When it comes to commanding, who is more suitable than me, Lu Yin?" Lu Yin roared. Drunkard spoke up. "I agree." He had personally witnessed the war between the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain, so he knew who Lu Yin had commanded and who he could influence. Cultivation was not an obstacle to him, and he would even dare to command a progenitor, let alone a half-ancestor. Heavenly Master Xianxia said, "I agree as well." Elder Gong spoke up. "I agree." And Ai Huang and the others looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan nodded and sighed. "When it comes to commanding, no one can compare to this brat." Xiaji did not speak. Lan Xian was the first to speak up. "I agree." 9 luminaries was shocked. The medicine immortal also spoke up. "I agree." The head judge spoke up. "I agree." Lu Yin smiled. Including Kue Luo, more than half of the participants agree. "Of course, you can also suggest others, but it doesn't seem likely that they'll surpass me." 9 luminaries shook his head. "Forget it, we'll choose him." He then looked at Lu Yin. "Tell us a plan and we can choose whether to listen or not. Let me tell you something. We can use the sky-piercing pillar to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. You don't need to know too much about it. You just need to know that there's something that can seal the entrance." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He was not naive enough to believe that these half-ancestors would unconditionally listen to his orders. That was impossible. The only reason he had fought for command was because he did not want to put his life in the hands of others. Furthermore, none of these half-ancestors were qualified to command him. Lu Yin raised his hand and activated his gadget. "Wang Wen, how's the plan coming along?" "It's already been settled. This battlefield isn't that complicated. I'll send it to you." Wang Wen then hung up. Soon Lu Yin saw the battle plan that Wang Wen, Shui Chuanshao and Wei Rong had come up with. "What, do you need someone else to come up with the plan? Then why are you fighting for command? You might as well let that person take command," Wang Si said coldly as she glared at Lu Yin. If possible, she would not mind killing this brat first. One more person would not make much difference in this battle. Lu Yin sneered. "Just shut up and listen." Wang Si's eyes narrowed and her killing intent grew even stronger. Lu Yin raised his hand and drew an outer space. He drew the border of the Starfall Sea, the Innerverse and the Technocracy. This is where the Eternals are currently entrenched and they're currently fighting with the Technocracy. Actually, there isn't much of a plan for this battle. We just need to make sure that we have a clear goal, and that is to beat them back. No matter what happens, we just need to appear on that battlefield, clear out all of the Corpse Kings and seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. That's the only goal of this battle. There's no need to think about the half-ancestor corpse kings, the 7 sky gods or the 12 marquises. Just focus on rushing to that location. Lu Yin pointed at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Even if those half-ancestor corpse kings rush into the Daoist sect or the Hall of Honor, we don't need to care about them. As long as we seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea again, we can deal with them later. Anai Huang frowned. That's your plan. Lu Yin replied, I've already said that there isn't much of a complicated plan. Could it be that you want me to come up with a battle strategy that will leave my name for eternity? That's not realistic. I just need everyone to make one thing clear, which is to rush to the entrance to the Starfall Sea and use that sky-supporting pillar to seal it. There's no need to care about anything else. That's everyone's mission. As for the countless corpse kings that rush in, they'll be transported by the greater realms. Elder Chan was astonished. The greater realms? Lu Yin nodded. I know that the Hall of Honor doesn't allow the greater realms to leave the glory realm, but now that things have reached this point, we have no choice but to rely on the greater realms to transport their troops. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach the battlefield so quickly. Everything else aside, even if the Great Eastern Alliance rushes out right now, it'll still take several months to reach the Starfall Sea's battlefield. That's too long, and it'll be long enough for countless corpse kings to spread throughout the Western Flow Zone and cause countless murders. Elder Chan sighed. Chapter 2021. Once the Eternals are defeated, we'll find a way to lure you away and prevent you from appearing at the Starfall Sea's entrance. At the same time, we'll use up your astral sources. Just like in the beginning, there were battles everywhere in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea and Neoverse, which is very disadvantageous for our 5th mainland. We don't need to completely surround the battlefield, so we'll split into 3 directions. Lu Yin explained the entire plan. It wasn't complicated, but if the Eternals didn't follow the plan, they would be easily dragged away by the Eternals. The Eternals hoped to disperse the half-ancestors so that they wouldn't affect the battle at the Starfall Sea's entrance. Wang Wen and the others had already seen this, so they had to surround the Starfall Sea's entrance. Half a day later, all of the half-ancestors left, leaving only Kuei Luo behind. Even Anai Huang and the other 3 half-ancestors had gone to the Neoverse to obtain a great world and bring it to the Outerverse. The 6th mainland had been destroyed and they had come to the 5th mainland's Outerverse. There weren't any great worlds, and with the Eternals' endless numbers, there had to be a lot of cultivators. Do you believe that we can win this battle? Kuei Luo asked. Lu Yin shook his head. We can't win with our current strength. He then looked into the distance. This is an extremely rare opportunity for the Eternals. The 5th mainland's astral source universe has been absorbed, and these half-ancestors are getting weaker and weaker. If we don't take this opportunity to occupy the 5th mainland, then we'll be letting down their many years of planning. They definitely have something else up their sleeves. Then why are we still fighting? Kuei Luo asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. We have to fight. If we don't, the humans will definitely lose. If we fight, we still have a chance, even if it's very slim. Perhaps the astral tree domain will exert more pressure on the new mainland and the 12 marquises, forcing the 7 sky gods and the 12 marquises to return. Perhaps the lock breaking of that place will bring about some changes, but no one can say for sure. Or perhaps Burial Garden will appear and Progenitor Qin is still alive. If we don't fight, we won't even have a chance. Kuei Luo sighed. If you bring all of your current strength to the astral tree domain, then you might be able to survive there. Lu Yin was amused. Are you saying that my current strength is enough to fight against a progenitor? Kuei Luo fell silent. No matter how much power Lu Yin had, he would always be an ant unless he reached the progenitor realm. Once he went to the cosmic tree realm, he would no longer be facing a half-ancestor but a progenitor. Even if Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors all supported him, it would be useless. The 5th mainland could still bear the surname Lu, but the Lu family no longer had a place to live in the starry sky tree. Over the next few days, Lu Yin brought all the people he valued into Mount Supreme, such as Wang Wen, Wei Rong and the others. In just a single day, the Ross Empire's stronghold was emptied, leaving only the people who had originally lived there. If possible, Lu Yin wanted to bring everyone with him, but he didn't have the ability. Mount Supreme was huge, but he couldn't bring everyone with him. What he wanted to do was fight. Once he lost, he could immediately take everyone to Jupiter, leave the fifth mainland through Jupiter and hide in the starry sky of trees. This was the final solution. After clearing out the Ross Empire's strongholds, the next target would be Xenu Star and finally Earth. The people that Lu Yin valued were all in these places. Other than the captain of Leon's armada, the rest of the members were also inside Mount Supreme. However, they were all going to participate in the final battle and none of them could escape. This was not just a matter of a few individuals, but the entire human race, and the Astral Combat Academy was no exception. The next day, Lu Yin received a notification that he could leave for the Western Flow Zone, and he rode on the ancestral turtle. Almost all of the Mavis family's members were participating in the battle. "Aren't you afraid that you'll all be wiped out?" Kuei Luo asked Cloud Shadow Mavis curiously. Cloud Shadow frowned. This old man's words were really unpleasant. "The ancestral turtle can protect us." "Then protect this old man as well." Kuei Luo tried to curry favor with her. Cloud Shadow Mavis kept a distance from him. How could there be such a shameless half-ancestor? Lu Yin's expression was calm. The outcome of this battle would determine the ownership of the fifth mainland, so he should be very nervous. However, he was abnormally calm. After experiencing life and death, everything was different. The ancestral turtle dragged the Great Eastern Alliance's army and quickly headed towards the western flow zone of the Innerverse. In the Outerverse, the 9 luminaries and the other 3 half-ancestors led their worlds towards the Starfall Sea. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan and the others also led their worlds towards the Starfall Sea. At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, the battle between the Eternals and the mechanical ants was nearing its end. The skies were filled with corpses and mechanical fragments. Marquis Wui was still trapped in the mine net. Aside from him, several other corpse kings were also trapped. They were all test subjects used to test the limits of the mine net. In the end, the Eternals concluded that the weakest attack that the mine net could detect was at least the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator. As long as the attack did not exceed that level, the mine net would not be able to trap it. However, once the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator exceeded that level, they would definitely be trapped. A half-ancestor definitely could not use their inner world. The inner world was the embodiment of a half-ancestor's power level, and it was also the materialization of everything that a half-ancestor had cultivated to this point. As long as the inner world was used, it would definitely exceed the power level of an 8th origin tribulation cultivator and would immediately be trapped. This was a day that would be recorded in the annals of human history. Of course, the prerequisite was that the humans of the fifth mainland would continue to exist. From the Neoverse, in the direction of the Innerverse and Outerverse, 15 half-ancestor experts led countless cultivators to the entrance of the Starfall Sea to fight the Eternals. This was a war without strategy. There was no other choice but to fight to the death. In the north, around the 9 luminaries, countless cultivators walked out from their macro worlds. Guru Qinghua, Ancestor Wu Mu, Old Nong, Master of Sword Valley, 3-inch Grandmaster Ancestor Ling Tong, and many others were familiar faces. Most of them were enemies, but now, facing the invasion of the Eternals, they all rushed to the battlefield. No one hesitated. Even Fan Shun, the Qinghua duo, and the other juniors rushed to the battlefield to fight the Corpse King. Imprints lit up the sky as bright as day. Countless roars accompanied the ancient music of the Lan Xian 3 Mysterious reached its peak. In the south, presiding Judge Mu En Yangji Yanzhu and Sirius Sex Elder Yao Shan and Elder Yuan Ku also rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. They faced the powerful Corpse Kings and their countless scarlet eyes. "Come, brats!" Heizij Wudi roared at the sky. He was as domineering as he had been at the Realm Mountain. Heizij Shinwei's expression was still as Heizij Leon's tyrannical blade slashed down beside him. After that, black and white lights wreaked havoc on the battlefield, killing Corpse Kings one after another. It was Little Black and Xiaobai. On the other side, the experts of the 7 courts walked out one after another. Hui Kong looked to the west with a complicated expression and his eyes reddened. He had found his answer. The technocracy was not the human race's enemy. That was a backup plan that the Hui ancestor had left behind for the Eternals. This was the Hui ancestor's strength. He had not been wrong, as how could the ancestor be the human race's enemy? Lu Yin stood on the ancestral turtle's back and looked at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Experts rushed out one after another, and the Great Eastern Alliance's thousands of warships bombarded them. However, a pair of scarlet eyes that had transformed into green pupils were reduced to ashes, just like the tens of millions of cultivators who had been guarding the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Numbers did not mean much against experts. Lu Huang, Lu Qianjue, Wen Zizai, and the other leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones all rushed out, including Yihuang Academy's Dean Han and the other deans from the Astral Combat Academy. They all stood at the edge of the cliff as this battle was humanity's last hope. When he saw that the warships had suffered heavy losses, Shui Chuanshao immediately ordered all of the warships to retreat. Among the human cultivators, those who had reached the Explorer Realm fought in outer space, while those who had yet to reach the Explorer Realm fought on the planets. Slaughter became the only theme in this part of space. The ancestral turtle continued to charge towards the battlefield, and none of the corpse kings were able to step onto its back. Although no one knew exactly how powerful the ancestral turtle was, just its charge alone was enough to cause the Eternals to suffer heavy losses. In particular, a half-ancestor corpse king crashed into the ancestral turtle's back and was sent flying. This caused everyone to cheer. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Eternals had the advantage in numbers, the 7 sky gods were unable to display a strength that far surpassed Xia Ji and the others under the mind net. As long as they could quickly deal with the Eternals' half-ancestor, this battle was still feasible. Ancestral turtle, charge. Smash him to death. Lulu shouted, and the glowing fruit of the god tree changed direction. The ancestral turtle's head abruptly changed direction and coincidentally crashed into Marquis Qingzhu. Unknowingly, they had rushed to the battlefield where Ni Huang and Marquis Qingzhu were fighting. Marquis Qingzhu hurriedly dodged and was shocked. Is this that pet from the Lu family? Long time no see, Marquis Qingzhu. Marquis Qingzhu looked at Lu Yin. It's you? You're a remnant of the Lu family. Lu Yin sneered. Lulu, have the ancestral turtle ram into him. All right, ram. Lulu controlled the glowing fruit. The ancestral turtle only had eyes for that fruit, and it didn't care about Marquis Qingzhu at all. Marquis Qingzhu was helpless and he hurriedly dodged. You won't be able to escape, Ni Huang said as she raised her hand. Her arm transformed into a strange claw as it swiped towards Marquis Qingzhu. Marquis Qingzhu said helplessly, it seems like you're planning to end this quickly. Smart, but you humans have a weakness, and that is your emotions. I'll go and slaughter those cultivators from the starry sky of the trees. Let's see if you can handle it. Ni Huang's expression changed and she ignored him. This was the reason why Lu Yin had emphasized that he had to be clear about his goal. If he chased after Marquis Qingzhu, not only would he not be able to determine the victor quickly, but he would also exhaust his astral source and ultimately lose. This was Marquis Qingzhu's goal. Lu Yin could only allow Qingzhu to slaughter a portion of the cultivators while he focused on charging towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea and killing the corpse kings. It didn't matter if all the cultivators on this battlefield died. As long as he could exterminate the corpse kings, he would be able to defend the 5th mainland, and the humans would be able to continue developing, just like when the 5th and 6th mainlands had fought. Ni Huang suddenly felt grateful that Lu Yin had kept the important people locked up in Mount Supreme. Otherwise they would have died as well. Marquis Qingzhu wasn't a threat and he found a corner of the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, a group of cultivators from the astral trees were pierced by Qingzhu, dying miserable deaths. He turned around and saw that Ni Huang hadn't chased after him. He felt helpless. Looks like it won't be easy. Chapter 2022. Similar scenes were happening all around the battlefield. The everlasting ancestors were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, so they wanted to delay the humans and exhaust their astral sources. However, no matter what they did, the humans ignored them and focused on killing the corpse kings. The everlasting ancestors killed the corpse kings quickly, but the everlasting ancestors didn't care about the corpse kings' deaths either. The everlasting ancestors are trying to stall for time, Wang Wen said. He, Shui Chuanshao and Wei Rong were all on the ancestral turtle's back where they were the safest. Lu Yin surveyed the battlefield. Do you think they know about our plan? Wang Wen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. You already know the answer, right? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, if they know, then it means that there's a traitor among them. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I've always been prepared for the worst. It all depends on whose methods are better. There was only one sky supporting pillar, and all of the half-ancestors had rushed towards the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Only Lu Yin knew who had the sky-supporting pillar, and not even Elder Chan or Wang Wen. This was to prevent the Eternals from destroying the sky-supporting pillar. If there was a traitor among the humans, they would definitely do everything they could to prevent the everlasting ancestors from rushing towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin kept a close eye on the battlefield, but he still hadn't found any clues. He hoped that the everlasting ancestors didn't know about this plan. With the strength of a half-ancestor, it wouldn't be difficult for them to rush to the entrance of the Starfall Sea without a powerhouse of the same level blocking them. In the current situation, Heavenly Master Xianxia and the other half-ancestors were blocked by powerful everlasting enemies. However, the everlasting ancestors were few in number, and Marquis Qingzhu was there as well. The Forgotten Ruins god planned to stall for time, so she didn't directly confront Ni Huang and 9 luminaries. Instead, she allowed the 2 half-ancestors to rush towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. In an instant, 6 half-ancestor experts rushed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. They were Drunkard Ni Huang, 9 luminaries, Xiaji Kui Luo, and the Inquisitor. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered. "I don't believe that you don't care." She then raised her hand and pressed down with her palm. Her target were the cultivators from the Outerverse who had come to this battlefield. They were the cultivators from the 6th mainland. Several stars crumbled under the Forgotten Ruins god's palm. In a corner of the battlefield, both the corpse kings of the Eternals and the cultivators of the 6th mainland died tragically. The most eye-catching of them all was Patriarch Eyeless. The eyeless old ancestor did not expect himself to become cannon fodder. He had no power to fight back against the Forgotten Ruins god. He could not even escape before he was killed. The Eyeless clan's top descendant Xiao Baikan had also died. He was an arrogant person who had dared to fight against a realmling, and he was second only to the Blackblood realm's realmling Shang Rong. However, on this battlefield he had been nothing more than cannon fodder. 9 brilliances saw it but did not return. Instead, it continued charging towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The Forgotten Ruins deity was astonished. "Humph, let's see how many of you can withstand my attacks." With that, he waved his hand in another direction. Over there, the Sword Valley Master was aghast. He let out a shrill roar, "Run!" Jianru looked over and saw that an Enlighter corpse king in front of him had been beheaded. Just as Jianru was about to attack the other corpse kings, everything in front of him turned black and vanished. In the next moment, a crack appeared in the void and swallowed all the corpses, including the Sword Valley Master Jianru and the others. All the cultivators that the Cloud Valley had sent to the battlefield disappeared in an instant, including the Valley Master's sword servant who secretly sided with Lu Yin. The Forgotten Ruins deity had caused great losses to the 6th mainland, but the 6th mainland's half-progenitors did not stop and continued to slaughter the corpse kings. Under the might of a half-progenitor, the number of corpse kings on the battlefield decreased significantly. The first to approach the entrance of the Starfall Sea was Kui Luo. The old man had just reached the entrance when he suddenly felt that something was amiss. If he continued to charge forward, he would face the progenitors that were blocking the entrance. He could already see the indomitable figure of the corpse god, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly stopped and gulped. "That's not right. Where are the others? Why is it just me?" At that moment, the head inquisitor appeared. "Let's go." Kui Luo grinned. "What's that? Let's wait a little longer." The head inquisitor's body was still wrapped in the black fog, but he did not hesitate and directly charged towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes trembled. A figure appeared at the entrance of the Starfall Sea and blocked the head inquisitor's path. The figure raised a hand and tapped lightly, causing a black rope to appear in the void and extend into the fog in an attempt to bind the head inquisitor. This was the Wang family's secret technique, forbidden. Lu Yin was shocked. The person blocking the head inquisitor's path was wrapped in white cloth and looked like a preserved corpse, but she actually knew the Wang family's secret technique. It was obvious that this person was a woman and her figure was very distinct. The black fog dissipated, revealing the head inquisitor's true body. His limbs were bound by the rope and unable to move. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing the head inquisitor's appearance, and he was surprisingly young. "That person should be Wang Ho, one of the 12 marquises," Wang Wen said. In the previous battle, Wang Ho had appeared alone in the Outerverse and suppressed Zhou Xian and the other two half-progenitors by herself. Her characteristics were very obvious. The head inquisitor was bound by the forbidden technique, and a scale appeared beneath his feet to support Wang Ho. Trial rule race. Behind him, Kuei Luo was speechless. The trial's rules were based on race, and the head inquisitor was a human. If the opponent was not human, then they would have been judged. This was too shameless. It wasn't just Kuei Luo. Everyone who heard the head inquisitor's rules were stunned. These rules were better than no rules at all. Unexpectedly, the scale didn't change at all. The head inquisitor looked at Wang Ho. "You're human." Wang Ho raised his hand and sent a palm flying through the void towards the head inquisitor. The head inquisitor was dazed. The Wang family's meditative oblivion technique. His surroundings turned completely dark as he used a battle technique that shattered everything, including Wang Ho's meditative oblivion technique. "Why aren't you leaving?" the head inquisitor barked. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth and charged towards the Starfall Sea. On the other side, Xiaji and the drunkard had arrived as well and were charging towards the Starfall Sea. All of the eternal half-progenitors' positions had been determined, and aside from Wang Ho, no one was blocking the path to the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho was the only one who could block Kuei Luo's group, but he was held back by the head inquisitor and was powerless to do anything. Lu Yin watched the scene closely. Suddenly, a figure walked out from behind Wang Ho. This person was also wrapped in white cloth and instantly blocked Xiaji and the drunkard's path. 9 clones technique? Lu Yin was shocked. Xiaji was even more shocked. That's the 9 clones technique. How is that possible? He stared at Wang Ho. How do you know my Xia family's technique? Wang Ho did not say anything. He simply attacked the void, causing formless ripples to spread out. He had mastered the meditative forgetfulness technique and it filled the entire battlefield. Many people were confused, not knowing what they were doing. Even Ni Huang, Elder Chan and the others were affected and their movements became sluggish. The Forgotten Ruins god looked over and was shocked. This girl's meditative forgetfulness technique can actually affect me. Her innate gift is indeed extraordinary. It was not just the meditative forgetfulness technique. When Zhou Xian, the medicine immortal, and the blood fiend appeared, she did not know what to do. The 5 half-progenitors were all stunned, and Wang Ho sent out 5 consecutive palm strikes that forced them all back. This scene stunned Lu Yin as he knew that the gap between half-progenitors could be huge. For example, the gap between the Yao Emperor and the medicine immortals trio was huge. However, he had not expected Wang Ho to suppress 5 half-progenitors on his own. That was 5 half-progenitors. Under the mind net, Wang Ho's strength did not exceed that of someone at the 8th tribulation level, while the medicine immortal and the other half-progenitors could also display strength at the peak of the 8th tribulation level. This meant that both sides were roughly equal in strength, but they were still easily suppressed. This was the strength of the 12 marquises. A half-progenitor's true strength depended on their inner worlds, and Wang Ho had an advantage in this aspect. She knew the Wang and Xia family techniques, which gave her an innate advantage over the 5th and 6th mainland's half-progenitors. If she unleashed her full strength, she might not be able to suppress 5 half-progenitors, which was not very realistic. After all, the drunkard and Xiaji had both broken through 3 stages. Xiaji and the other half-progenitors were stopped by Wang Ho, but no one stopped Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo smoothly approached the entrance to the Starfall Sea. The closer he got, the more panicked he became. He stopped once again, his expression as if he had eaten a dead fly. Lu Yin's face sank. There were 2 reasons why Wang Ho had not stopped Kuei Luo. First, she was certain that Kuei Luo could not seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea by himself, so it would be fine to let him pass. Second, she knew of their plan and was certain that the sky-supporting pillar was not on Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo's behavior was too obvious. The closer he got to the entrance, the more hesitant he became. There was no way that the sky-supporting pillar would be on him. Kuei Luo rushed to the entrance of the Starfall Sea, but he did not have the ability to seal it. When the corpse god looked over, Kuei Luo was so frightened that he immediately retreated. That was the corpse god, one of the 7 sky gods, a true progenitor. She was also the oldest progenitor. Even though she seemed immobile and needed to hold the entrance, Kuei Luo did not dare to approach. Senior Cloud Shadow, have the ancestral turtle charge over, Lu Yin ordered. Cloud Shadow nodded and gave Lulu an order. Lulu immediately waved her glowing fruit and charged towards the Starfall Sea with the ancestral turtle. Anai Huang arrived, passing by the head inquisitor and rushing towards the entrance. Wang Ho had already blocked the 5 half-progenitors, so there was no way she could stop him. The 9 clones technique did not mean that there would be 9 clones, and it also did not mean that each clone would have the power of a half-progenitor. Otherwise, the Xia family would have been invincible long ago. The 4 side scales understood each other very well. He had fought more than once or twice with the 9 clones technique, so he did not care at all. Wang Ho's body flickered and another clone appeared. He used a strange footwork to quickly approach Anai Huang. That footwork was the reverse step. Lu Yin's expression changed. Another reverse step? Was this footwork very common? Ever since he had encountered progenitor Chen's clone using the reverse step during the emissary's origin tribulation, this was the 3rd person he had seen using the reverse step. Progenitor Chen, the undying god, and Wang Ho. What was the relationship between these 3? Wang Ho used the reverse step to block Anai Huang, who raised her right arm. Sinister spikes appeared on her arm and she viciously swung it at Wang Ho. Wang Ho's palm caused the void to explode with a bang, and his body was sent flying back. Anai Huang was not someone the wine addict and the others could compare to. She was infinitely close to being a progenitor and was on the same level as the 12 marquises. You want to stop me with a mere clone? Dream on. Anai Huang barked coldly and charged forward again. Wang Ho's clone did not stop her, but instead looked at her and spoke for the first time. His voice was crisp and pleasant, completely at odds with his image. Can you take the scepter? Anai Huang did not hear Wang Ho's words and neither did the others. Chapter 2023. An ancient-looking royal scepter suddenly appeared in Anai Huang's hand as she charged towards the Starfall Sea. He was confused. What was that? He wanted to shake it off but he couldn't. Suddenly he turned back to look at Wang Ho and seemed to recall something. He couldn't believe it. You're the sect master of the Yuhua Sky sect. Wang Ho, you're actually you. Wang Ho looked at Anai Huang calmly. The next moment, the royal scepter in Anai Huang's hand exploded with a resplendent light before suddenly splitting apart. It transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Anai Huang's body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed as she clutched her chest, her face deathly pale. Wang Xi and the rest were shocked. They knew how terrifying Anai Huang was. She was infinitely close to becoming a progenitor. In the astral tree realm, no one in the half-progenitor realm could surpass her. How could she be injured? Lu Yin's scalp went numb. What the hell? Even Elder Chan didn't understand. Although he had also come from that era, he was just a small fry back then. He didn't understand that era at all. Only Jiao Yao seemed to know something and he stared at Wang Ho fearfully. Wang Ho had severely injured Anai Huang, shocking everyone. For a moment no one dared to charge forward. It was also at this time that the ancestral turtle picked up speed and charged towards the Starfall Sea. The glowing fruit was especially eye-catching. Wang Ho looked in the direction that the ancestral turtle had come from, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He had seen Anai Huang's miserable state. The strangest thing wasn't that the ancestral turtle was powerful, but that the ancestral turtle had used some unknown method to severely injure Anai Huang. Lu Yin immediately took out a candle and lit it. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at Wang Ho. He refused to believe that this strange attack had no rune lines. As long as there were rune lines, he could use the candle to counteract it. The ancestral turtle smoothly charged past Wang Ho and continued towards the Starfall Sea. Wang Ho didn't stop it. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a figure that connected the heavens and the earth. It was the corpse god, one of the 7 sky gods. He was an incomparably ancient and powerful existence. Wang Wen paled. Are we really going to charge over? Where's the sky pillar? Where is it? It's with me, Lu Yin replied calmly. Wang Wen's jaw dropped as he stared at Lu Yin. What? With you? Lu Yin didn't reply. Wang Wen cried out, You're crazy. You're just an emissary. How could you possibly have the ability to block the Starfall Sea with the sky-supporting pillar? My worst-case scenario is that there's a traitor among us. If the Eternals know that the skyscraping pillar can block off the Starfall Sea, then they'll definitely think of a way to delay all of the half-ancestors. That way I'll have a chance, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen shouted, Even if you are allowed to go to the Starfall Sea's entrance, where will you find the ability to block it? Lu Yin raised his head. There's no need for me to block it. Just take it out. The martial ancestor and the blood ancestor will know what to do. Wang Wen's face twitched. I used to think that you were very rational and prudent, but now I've discovered that you have a crazy side to you. Lu Yin exhaled as he watched the entrance to the Starfall Sea grow closer and closer. Crazy? Not necessarily, as the sorcerer god's scheme was something that the 7 sky gods knew about. It was unlikely that he would be directly killed. Of course, he wouldn't entrust his hopes to the Eternals, as this was a gamble. Sometimes people had to be crazy. He had feelings for the 5th mainland, and there were people here that he valued. If possible, even if it meant certain death, he would still take action. Escaping was the final step. Before that, he had to take a gamble for the future of the 5th mainland just like everyone else. And Huang and the rest were stunned as they watched the ancestral turtle charge towards the Starfall Sea's entrance. Was the skyscraping pillar on the ancestral turtle's back? As the ancestral turtle approached the Starfall Sea's entrance, the corpse god's enormous figure became clearer. Kuei Luo climbed onto the ancestral turtle. Kid, what are you doing? Lu Yin stared at the distant figure that had created the world. The stars were like grains of sand, and even though he had seen Progenitor Chen's memories, he still couldn't imagine a giant that was even bigger than Progenitor Chen. Thump, thump, thump. The corpse god's heart thumped as her scarlet gaze fell onto the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle's sluggish gaze suddenly changed, and its body stopped as it looked at the corpse god. The corpse god propped up the Starfall Sea's entrance and slowly lowered her head. She then let out a furious roar that shook the entire heavens. The sound waves from the roar swept across the 5th mainland, causing countless stars to explode and galaxies to flow backwards. The void was torn apart like a curtain. Lu Yin's brain buzzed as if someone had punched him and he almost fell over. Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors all spat out blood. The higher their cultivations, the more severe the injuries they suffered from the roar. The ancestral turtle looked at the lofty corpse god, and its enormous eyes filled with fear. It then turned around and fled. The Mavis people had never seen the ancestral turtle like this before. It had clearly encountered an ancient god of the 7 sky gods before, but it hadn't been this terrified. Now, however, it was as if it had met its natural enemy. Quick, get down. Lu Yin grabbed Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth. He didn't want to go down as that was too terrifying. He can't do anything. The Hui ancestors' power is suppressing this place. Lu Yin shouted as he grabbed Kuei Luo and jumped down from the ancestral turtle. At the same time, he took out the egg that he had obtained from the celestial dipper. It was said to be the egg of an ancient creature that had been upgraded twice. It could withstand attacks from someone on the level of the second Night King. The second Night King was an expert with 8 origin tribulations and a power level of 1.2 million. This egg could be considered the limit of what the mind net could withstand. If someone's attack exceeded the egg's defenses, they would be trapped by the mind net. Wang Ho's gaze landed on Lu Yin. She hadn't paid much attention to Lu Yin and had only paid attention to the ancestral turtle. But now that it had been scared away by the corpse god, this emissary was still here. The ancient god's voice rang out, "Capture this kid but don't kill him." Lu Yin hid in the egg and said to Kuei Luo, "Push me over." Kuei Luo was stunned as he looked at Lu Yin's appearance. At the same time, Lu Yin threw out a super flash. The tear bomb wasn't an attack but rather a signal. Before the battle, Lu Yin had told all the half-ancestors that whoever released the signal would be able to take the sky pillar with them. The other half-ancestors only needed to help that person rush to the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The sky pillar would only be sealed at the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Otherwise, it couldn't be taken out or they would be targeted by the Eternals. They watched as Lu Yin released the super flash. The tear bomb shocked Huang and the others. The sky pillar was actually on him. No one had expected that the sky pillar would be on Lu Yin's person. This was a battlefield between half-ancestors, and a mere emissary had dared to enter. He was simply courting death. The drunkard immediately charged towards Lu Yin. Lan Xian, Blood Fiend, Medicine Immortal, 9 Brilliance, and the other half-ancestors all rushed towards Lu Yin to protect him. Kuei Luo's spiritual force swept out without restraint, especially towards Wang Ho. Only Wang Ho could pose a threat to him. Wang Ho hadn't expected Kuei Luo to suddenly attack her. With the terrifying power of his spiritual force, even she felt dizzy from the shock. The 9 clones technique didn't necessarily mean that there would be 9 clones. One of Wang Ho's clones was being held back by the head inquisitor while the other was keeping an eye on her. Anai Huang and one of her clones had originally been holding back the drunkard and the other half-ancestors, but they had been repelled by Kuei Luo's spiritual force. This allowed the 5 half-ancestors to approach Lu Yin and bring him towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. The ancient god's expression changed. Even an idiot would know that there was definitely a scheme behind the many half-ancestors protecting Lu Yin at this time. He no longer held back and his hair suddenly grew much longer. A strange blackish-purple substance spread out from his right arm, and it emitted a faint radiance as it slashed towards Elder Chan. This attack didn't have any battle technique fluctuations, and it was just a very ordinary horizontal slash. However, Elder Chan's entire body instantly went cold as he stared at the blackish-purple substance on the ancient god's arm. His many years of life and death experience had made him instinctively react to certain situations. The moment the ancient god attacked, the nerves in his brain started to throb wildly. Danger, extreme danger. Although he didn't know why it was so dangerous, this feeling of danger was far more intense than when he had fought in the Daoist sect. Elder Chan hadn't lived to this day because of his age, but rather because of his countless life and death battles. He had relied on these battles to establish the Hall of Honor, and he trusted his intuition. This attack couldn't be blocked directly. Elder Chan raised his hand. Secret technique, exile. The ancient god's arm slashed down, but his body was banished 10,000 meters away by the secret technique. His right arm slashed down, and the void suddenly split apart like a piece of paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Elder Chan was shocked and the feeling of extreme danger gradually faded away. What kind of power is this? The ancient god raised his hand again and his right arm grabbed at Elder Chan. The feeling of extreme danger appeared once again. Elder Chan didn't dare to fight the ancient god head-on, and he didn't even dare to touch the ancient god. Left with no other choice, Elder Chan exhaled as a stream of air slowly floated out from his body. Finally, it transformed into a human figure whose eyes were wide open, and visible waves swept past the ancient god. 1,000 tribulations. The ancient god's body froze and everything in front of him turned illusory. Intense pain spread throughout his body, and he looked down to see countless tiny bugs devouring his flesh. The pain of being eaten was magnified countless times, and even the ancient god couldn't bear it. Another stream of air appeared behind Elder Chan, and it frantically activated a source box array. It was Progenitor Hui, and Elder Chan was using the 3 young ancestral qi. As the founder of the Hall of Honor, he was the first cultivator to successfully cultivate the 3 young ancestral qi. When using the 3 sons' ancestral qi, one's cultivation level would determine the battle prowess of the materialized person. Given Elder Chan's strength, the ancestor Hui he materialized was at the half-martial ancestor level. As for the figure torturing the ancient god, it was also at the half-martial ancestor level. The ancient god displayed his true strength, and Elder Chan also revealed his hidden power. Lu Yin hid inside the egg as he was pushed towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea by a group of half-ancestors. He stared at the corpse god and even stared back at her. Was he afraid? That would be a lie. He was facing a progenitor, one of the 7 sky gods, the corpse god. She was an incomparably ancient progenitor. Even if Mr. Mu was next to him, Lu Yin would not be safe, let alone this egg. He was afraid that the corpse god would crush him with a single hand, and he was afraid that a single roar from the corpse god would kill him. At this moment he felt like he was very close to death. However, he had no way out. Even Anai Huang, a cultivator from the cosmic trees, had unknowingly risked her life for the 5th mainland. It wasn't that Lu Yin cared about the 5th mainland, but as a human, anyone would be willing to risk their life for their mortal enemy. At this moment there was no personal grudge. Only the Eternals, the mortal enemy of humanity. Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the corpse god. He had already reached the place where the ancestral tortoise had appeared, and was still getting closer. The next volume was about to begin. Clash of Ages and Present. Who's King? Chapter 2024. Lu Yin subconsciously touched his cosmic ring, intending to take out the sky-piercing pillar. With the combined power of many half-ancestors, As long as the corpse god did not interfere, it was possible to seal the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Suddenly something appeared in his hand. It was a royal scepter that had appeared out of thin air. Lu Yin saw it and his eyes narrowed. "What's this?" And I Huang saw it and shouted, "Throw it away." Lu Yin wanted to throw it away, but the scepter was like a part of his body and could not be thrown away. "How do I throw it away?" Kuei Luo and the rest felt their scalps go numb. And I Huang had been heavily injured by this scepter. Lu Yin hurriedly used the rune lines from the candle to attack the scepter, hoping to cancel out the rune lines. "Can you take the scepter?" A voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yin's body went cold as he stared at the scepter. The scene of Ni Huang being heavily injured kept repeating itself. If even Ni Huang was heavily injured, was he going to die? He had not expected Wang Ho to be able to penetrate the egg's protection. This was the strength of the 12 marquises. All of the half-ancestors stared at the scepter in Lu Yin's hand, almost as if they could see it shatter and turn into a ray of light that pierced through Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin himself had been waiting for this moment, but he had no way of throwing the scepter away. He had already tried the secret art, but it had been too late to ignite the candle. Was this the end? Under everyone's gaze, the scepter shone brightly and then turned into a ray of light that rushed into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stood in place in a daze, waiting to be heavily injured. His die appeared in his hand, and he was prepared to roll it as soon as he was heavily injured. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to operate. However, his body was unharmed, and there was even an indescribably terrifying power accumulating within him. This was a power that Lu Yin had never felt before, and he looked at his palm. He had a feeling that he could kill the second Night King with a single strike as long as he could do so. Wang Ho looked at Lu Yin blankly. How could this be? Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors all stared at Lu Yin. "Brat, how are you feeling?" Kuei Luo asked, his lips parting. He was nervous, afraid that Lu Yin would be killed by Wang Ho. Lu Yin gulped. "I feel great. I've never felt so good before." "Are you crazy?" Lan Xian could not help but ask as she sized Lu Yin up. Even if he died, she still wanted to take some of his blood. Ni Huang was shocked. "You feel great." Lu Yin was confused. "Yeah, it's better than ever. It's very powerful." He then turned to Xiaji. "I feel like I can kill you with one punch." Xiaji's face twitched in anger. "I understand now. Most people on this battlefield actually acknowledge that you have the potential to be a king," Ni Huang exclaimed. Everyone looked at him blankly. Ni Huang explained, "That's right. Wang Ho was the sect master of the Rainflower Heavenly Sect during the Daoist sect's era. Legend has it that the Rainflower Heavenly Sect's sect master's innate gift was the Void Royal Scepter. No one knows how this scepter came into being, but it's known that it can sense everyone's thoughts within a given region. If the person who wields this scepter is recognized by the majority as having the qualifications to be a king, then that person will have the qualifications to rule over everything. If the person holding the scepter isn't recognized by the majority, the scepter will kill them instead. No one at the same level can solve it. This is the power of the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate. Since the beginning of history, very few people who have been given the scepter by the leader of the Yuhua Heavenly Gate can be recognized. Lu Yin finally understood. No wonder. He gave Wang Ho a strange look. This was the fifth mainland. Wasn't using this innate gift against him just asking for a beating? No one in the fifth mainland, not even the cultivators of the sixth mainland who were his enemies. This had nothing to do with whether they were enemies or not. Even Xiaji, who wanted to kill Lu Yin, had to admit that Lu Yin had the power to dominate a region. Most of the cultivators on the battlefield were from the fifth mainland, and they had heard of Lu Yin's name countless times. Especially since the fifth tower had been established, they had to acknowledge his existence regardless of whether they liked it or not. Did that mean that he was Wang Ho's nemesis in the fifth mainland? Lu Yin puffed out his chest. Continue. Don't worry about her. She can't do anything to me. Kuei Luo shouted, "Let's go." The group of half-ancestors immediately reacted and pushed Lu Yin towards the entrance of the Starfall Sea. Suddenly the medicine Immortal paused. A source box array had appeared around him at some point, trapping him in place. Lan Xian, Drunkard, Xiaji, and the rest of the half-ancestors were all trapped by this inexplicable sourcebox array. A figure walked out in front of Lu Yin, raised a hand and pressed it against the egg. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. By Wuxian. Everyone had forgotten that the bodies of the fifth mainland's 7 sky gods had all died once, with the exception of Bai Wuxian. Back when the burial garden had been sealed off, the 7 sky gods had been buried along with it. Bai Wuxian had been the only one who had not acted. She had been the one who had caused the fifth mainland to lose its peace, always appearing at the most crucial moments. Lu Yin had thought that he could ignore Wang Ho's attack and use the sky-piercing pillar to push the corpse god away and block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. However, he had been too naive. Bai Wuxian was the final barrier at the entrance to the Starfall Sea. She had used her sourcebox array to trap Kuei Luo and the other half-ancestors. This was something that Wang Ho and even an ancient god could not do. Bang! The scene in front of Lu Yin rapidly changed. Thanks to the egg's protection, he was not injured, but his body had been forced back by Bai Wuxian. All of their previous efforts had vanished into thin air. Jiu Yao and the other half-ancestors' hearts sank. It was over. At that moment, the royal scepter appeared in Shui Gui's hand, and Wang Ho's voice rang out. "Can you take this scepter?" Shui Gui's expression changed and he tried to fling the scepter away. However, even Ni Huang could not do so, let alone him. The scepter transformed into a ray of light that pierced through Shui Gui's head. A dignified half-ancestor had been killed before he could even activate his inner world. Shui Gui's reaction had been too slow. If he had been able to activate his inner world in time, he would not have been killed in one blow. At most, he would have been heavily injured and trapped in the mine net. Shui Gui's death stunned all of the half-ancestors, and they all looked at Wang Ho with apprehension. Kuei Luo subconsciously clenched his fists, afraid that the royal scepter would appear in his hands as well. Not everyone could ignore such a thing. Lu Yin finally managed to stop himself from being pushed back, but Bai Wuxian's attack pushed him even further away from the entrance to the Starfall Sea. Under normal circumstances, this distance would not have mattered, but at this moment the path was filled with thorns. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. He could not give up no matter what, and he had to try. Suddenly he heard a panicked shout. "Martial Ancestor! The Martial Ancestor's imprint is gone." There were not many people in the Sixth Mainland who had the qualifications to imprint a Martial Ancestor, but there were still a few who had done so. They were either former Realmlings, current Realmlings, or cultivators with status in the Sixth Mainland's Daoist sect. However, all of the cultivators who had imprinted a Martial Ancestor's power level instantly plummeted, and their imprints disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly as the panicked cultivators were killed by the Corpse King. Disbelieving shouts rang out in his ears. "The Martial Ancestor is dead. The Martial Ancestor was dead. The Martial Ancestor was dead." Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland trembled as they looked at the Starfall Sea in fear. Jiu Yao also stared at the Starfall Sea the moment the Martial Ancestor's imprint disappeared. His face was unprecedentedly pale and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ancestor!" At the entrance to the Starfall Sea, a figure entered in a panic. It was the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor glanced at the battlefield, but he did not say anything. Instead, he headed towards the Outerverse. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators felt as if the sky had collapsed. They had been able to fight until now because of their firm belief in the Martial Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor. They had progenitors fighting outside, so they had not been afraid. They had dared to fight for survival, but at this moment even the Blood Ancestor had fled. The entire battlefield darkened. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators occupied half of the battlefield, and they outnumbered the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. Their emotions directly affected the entire battlefield. No one could reverse this situation unless the Martial Ancestor was revived. Elder Chan's face was filled with grief, and his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. "Everyone retreat." That one word represented the Fifth Mainland's complete defeat. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. He did not want to retreat, but he could not see any hope of victory. The longer a battle between half-progenitors dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Even if the Starsource universe had not been absorbed, they would not be able to defeat the Eternals with their current strength. The Martial Ancestor had died, and the Eternals who had killed him might enter as well. The humans could not see any hope of victory. Retreat, retreat, retreat. That was the only word in everyone's mind. In the distance, the ancestral turtle charged over and Cloud Shadow Mavis shouted, "Alliance Master Lu, you're here." Lu Yin exhaled and leaped onto the ancestral turtle. Around him, the Great Eastern Alliance's cultivators gradually retreated. In such a grand battle, it was not possible to bring everyone away. It was very difficult for all of the warships to withdraw from the battlefields on the surrounding planets. Strangely, the Eternals did not stop them. Instead, they retreated as well. Lu Yin recalled his previous conjecture, and his expression turned gloomy. The Eternals' goal was to enslave the humans and establish their eternal kingdom. Given that they had an absolute advantage, they were more willing to develop the humans into corpse kings or join their loyalists rather than slaughter them. It was not that they were kind but that they had a more far-reaching plan. After a full day, the Eternals finally withdrew from the battlefield. Aside from the corpse kings and the mechanical ants, there were no other battles. The ancient gods quietly watched the humans retreat in 3 different directions. None of the Eternals' half-progenitors made a move. There are still quite a lot of people in the abandoned land. How many valuable corpse kings will appear if we control all of them? The Forgotten Ruins god smiled as she stared in the direction that the ancestral turtle had retreated. Her only regret in this battle was that she had not been able to play with that brat, but there would be plenty of opportunities. Marquis Qingzhu twirled his bamboo flute. The 6th mainland is under control. In a few more years, countless corpse kings will be born. With the 5th mainland, there will be an endless supply of corpse kings for us to use. It's a pity that she was too heavy-handed. Those half-progenitors are all treasures. The ancient god calmly said, "Give them some time and let them gather together. Only then will it be easier to enslave them. We can't establish too many eternal kingdoms either, as there are too few of them. We can only establish 5 eternal kingdoms in this abandoned land." Chapter 2025. Not long after, the Forgotten Ruins god and the other half-ancestors left. The ancient god stood in space as Bai Wuxian walked out from behind him. The ancient god turned around and looked at Bai Wuxian. "That rat is heading towards the outerverse. It's just as you said, he'll use that planet to enter the astral tree domain. Let him go. It's very difficult to take down the astral tree domain. Even if we want to use that planet to enter, we'll be scattered once we get there. We won't be able to control the direction, so it's useless to us." The ancient god's tone was gloomy. "I never thought that after so many years, the Lu family would only be left with a rat. The Lu family that was once at its peak will never appear again." On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin hesitated for a long time until he saw the astral river in front of him. He raised his hand and activated his gadget to contact Elder Chan. "Where are you?" Elder Chan asked. Lu Yin replied, "I'm heading towards the outerverse Frostwave Weave. Senior, let's go together." Elder Chan was confused. "Frostwave Weave? Where are you going? The astral wilderness?" At this point, Lu Yin had nothing to hide. "There's a galaxy in Frostwave Weave called the Milky Way. There's a planet called Earth in the Milky Way, and not far from it is a planet called Jupiter. Through Jupiter you can reach the astral tree domain." Elder Chan was shocked. "What did you say? Reach the astral tree domain? Senior, you haven't forgotten that I disappeared from Jupiter, right?" Lu Yin asked. "Back then, you were ambushed by the Neo-Human Alliance and eventually disappeared from Jupiter. The next time I saw you was when I brought you back from the starry sky of the trees. Does this mean that Jupiter can lead directly to the starry sky of the trees?" Lu Yin replied, "That's right. Jupiter leads directly to the astral tree domain. Senior, there's no hope for the 5th mainland. Although I don't want to admit it, we have to leave." Elder Chan fell silent. Lu Yin continued, "I don't want to give up on the 5th mainland, but there's nothing we can do. It's just like the 6th mainland. They weren't willing to give up and eventually migrated to the 5th mainland. A long time ago the 4 mainlands were destroyed because of the Eternals. If we stay here, we'll either be captured and turned into corpse kings or die. I know that you want us to meet you in Frostwave Weave and reach the astral tree domain?" Elder Chan. Lu Yin answered, "That's right." Elder Chan said bitterly, "Do you think it's that easy? Maybe you can go, but we can't. You know that Jupiter leads to the starry sky of trees. The Eternals must know that too. They won't stop you, but that doesn't mean they won't stop us. Do you think they'll let us go to the starry sky of trees to strengthen humanity?" Lu Yin frowned and looked to the west. It was true that the Eternals wouldn't stop him from going to the astral tree realm, even if he took a few cultivators with him. That was normal, but why would Elder Chan and the others go? If the Eternals were willing to let them go, they wouldn't have destroyed the New Sky Corridor. The biggest reason for destroying the New Sky Corridor was not because they were afraid that the starry sky of trees would send reinforcements to the fifth mainland. They had the battlefield behind them and were unable to send reinforcements. The main reason was that they were worried that Elder Chan and the others would leave through the New Sky Corridor. The Eternals were already unable to break through the battlefield behind the starry sky trees in the first place. If they added a few more half-martial ancestors, it would be even more difficult to break through. However, he was different. His existence would only cause internal strife among the humans. The four-side scales would not let him go. The number of people he took away would be the same as the number of people in the starry sky of trees that would cause internal strife. The strength of the starry sky tree was not increased. Lu Yin closed his eyes. Schemes could not go against the general trend. He understood the feelings of the people from the sixth mainland and the people from the other four mainlands. Elder Chan said bleakly, "Leave if you have the chance. You might be a member of the Lu family, but from the moment you took over the war against the Astral Beast domain, you became a member of the fifth mainland. The fifth pagoda also made you a half-master of the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland owes you a debt of gratitude. If you become a half-martial ancestor in the future, you might be able to take the fifth mainland back from the Eternals." Lu Yin clenched his fists. In his heart, the fifth mainland was far more important than the starry sky of trees. After all, losing Lu Xiaoxuan's memories was equivalent to living a new life. This was his home. "Senior, I can leave, but you can't just wait to die. If you scatter too much, the Eternals will take you down one by one." Elder Chan said, "Don't worry. Have you forgotten how the top 10 of the sovereign competition went to the starry sky of trees? We also have a backup plan. Besides, didn't you remind me of the lock-breaking place? I've already contacted Xiao Ming to immediately lock-break it. No matter what the outcome is, it won't be worse than it is now, so we need time. If we scatter, the Eternals will see that we can easily defeat them and are willing to give us time. This is also a gamble." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Elder Chan was right. Mr. Mu had told him about the lock-breaking place, and the Neoverse also had a way to reach the starry sky of trees. So Senior has already seen through it. This Junior is relieved. "Take care, Senior." "Take care," Elder Chan said solemnly. Lu Yin put down his hand and thought for a moment. He then contacted Big Sis Hui Kong and all the other people he was familiar with and cared about. Suddenly his gadget stopped working. "It seems like the Eternals have cut off the network. Something happened to the Astral Alliance world," Wang Wen said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had expected this day to come, but he didn't think too much about it. He couldn't care less if something happened to the Astral Alliance world, and it might not necessarily be the Astral Alliance world that was in trouble. "How are the losses?" Wang Wen answered, "We lost more than half of them. Although the battle didn't last long, we were too spread out and many people didn't have time to retreat. There were too many experts on the battlefield and the stars would have been shattered if they moved. Spacecraft couldn't withstand them at all, and any of the aftershocks could have wiped out all the cultivators on a spacecraft. Fortunately, the Lu Xianjun army and the Giant Legion were saved. However, the Heavenly Sin army suffered heavy losses. Thunder Axe died and the Lu Xianjun army lost Steel Bone Day Knight and Shadow Day Knight as well as Qinji. In the allied army, Shuashan Ona and Elder Iron." Wang Wen wanted to continue, but Lu Yin interrupted him. He knew that they had suffered heavy losses, but he hadn't expected them to be this great. This was just the Great Eastern Alliance. How many people from Leon's armada were still alive? How many presidents from the Astral Combat Academy had died? There were also the Mavis family and so on. Ever since he had entered the battlefield, he had been focused on the half-ancestors and hadn't paid any attention to these people. Only now did he realize how tragic the battle below was. Still, quite a few corpse kings have been eliminated, at least half of them. "That's good news," Wang Wen consoled him. Lu Yin felt bitter. The loss of the corpse kings is insignificant. Once the fifth mainland is occupied, an endless number of corpse kings will be born. Wang Wen didn't know what to say, but this was the truth. The Eternals would modify the corpse kings and change their civilization. After the fifth mainland was occupied, even if the humans still existed, their way of thinking would be different from now. The most frightening thing about war was not the conquest of the physical body, but the conquest of the human race. Civilization. Lu Yin looked towards the south. Would Elder Chan and the others try to sneak into the astral tree? Not necessarily, as they might be more willing to stay on the fifth mainland and make their final stand. This was their dignity. This was the fifth mainland, and unless it was completely destroyed like the other four mainlands, they would not give up. There was a thud as Zhou came to Lu Yin's side with Little Black and Xiao Bai. It had been more than 7 years since Lu Yin had last seen Little Black and Xiao Bai, and now they had grown up. "Brother Lu," Little Black and Xiao Bai called out as they stood behind Zhou. Lu Yin's mood improved when he saw them. "You're not calling me Little Lu anymore?" Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. "Childish." Little Black looked at Lu Yin seriously. "That's why most men are childish." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Go play somewhere else." When they were retreating from the battlefield, the Heavenly Master led the group from Everlasting Island onto the Ancestral Turtle and headed towards the Outerverse. This was probably something that Zhou had fought for, as he couldn't let go of Leon's great army and Lu Yin. "In the end we still lost." Zhou sighed and shook his head bitterly. The Sea King was right. The fifth mainland has lost once and it will lose again. Lu Yin's expression was calm. "I want to win once. Once is enough." Zhou patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "We all saw your efforts on the battlefield and the captain is proud of you." "We're proud of you too, Little Lu." Little Black and Xiao Bai spoke up at the same time. Lu Yin was speechless. Little Lu again? Who was being childish? The Ancestral Turtle headed towards the Outerverse and directly charged into the Astral River. It didn't even need to use the Astral River arc, and it quickly crossed the Astral River to reach the Outerverse and head towards Xenu Star. There had always been people guarding Xenu Star, such as Huan Sha and the Great Yu Empire's cabinet minister Gavin. Zhao Ran and the others had already been taken to Aurora Fort by Lu Yin. This time they had come to pick up some important people from the Great Yu Empire such as the Hua family, the Ona family, the Technology Department and the cultivators from Yu Academy. Not long after, the Ancestral Turtle left. On Xenu Star, countless people watched in shock as the Ancestral Turtle left. It was just a turtle, but it was much larger than the entire Xenu Star. Lu Yin was also looking at Xenu Star. Beside him was a general appointment platform. This was the platform that the Hall of Honor had used to encourage resistance against the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Lu Yin had then taken it away and left it in Xenu Star's ocean, so he naturally had to take it with him when he left. He didn't know why the innate gift of the general appointment platform had materialized and remained there for so long. Perhaps he hadn't reached that level yet. "Alliance leader, someone wishes to see you," Enya reported respectfully. Lu Yin acknowledged. Soon after, a girl arrived. She was as beautiful as a fairy and had fiery red hair that reached her waist. It was Hua Xiaoling. Lu Yin looked at her. "It's been so many years, but you haven't changed much." She respectfully replied, "Greetings, Your Highness." "What business do you have with me?" Lu Yin asked. Hua Xiaoling replied, "I want to stay on Xenu Star." Lu Yin was confused. "Why?" Hua Xiaoling fell silent for a moment. Chapter 2026. Lu Yin looked away. "If you don't want to tell me, then so be it. You may return." "Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao will leave with you. Please take her to her father," Hua Xiaoling begged as she bowed deeply. "Hua Xiao, your sister?" Lu Yin asked. She nodded. "I understand. Someone will make the arrangements." "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take my leave." Hua Xiaoling bowed again, but just as she was about to leave, she thought of something and hesitated. Lu Yin was confused. "Is there something else?" Hua Xiaoling's eyes flashed and she made up her mind. "Does Your Highness still remember Jenny Ona?" Lu Yin's brows rose. "What is it?" Hua Xiaoling replied, "She also wants to return to Xenu Star, so I hope that Your Highness can grant her wish." Lu Yin was confused. "In her? We've known each other since we were young and we had some grudges when we were younger. Now we've put everything aside. She wanted to find you herself, but she didn't." Lu Yin nodded. "You may take her with you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Hua Xiaoling replied before turning to leave. Lu Yin watched her leave. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. 20 years ago on Earth, when he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Ona, Silver, Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, and the others were all in high spirits. Now they all had different paths and he wondered what would happen if they met again. Perhaps they would die at the hands of the Eternals, Or perhaps they would be transformed into corpse kings. Lu Yin had no right to choose their paths for them. If they wanted to stay, then that was up to them. He didn't want to ask for the reason. Everyone had their own choices. Now that they parted, it might be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. He had met too many people along the way, and he had also parted with too many people. Some of them he hadn't even had the chance to say goodbye to. Qian Yan, the pirate who had been overseeing Chaos God Mountain for him, was probably dead. There was also in Xiaohua Lin Lu Shiyu and the others. He didn't know if they were dead or alive. He hadn't brought all of them with him as he didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan, Zhou Day Knight, Ku Wei Ling Kei and the others. When he thought of this, he looked at his cosmic ring. Yin was there as well. When the ancestral turtle entered the solar system, Earth was in an uproar, and so were the other planets in the solar system that were inhabited by humans. Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic ancestral turtle. They couldn't imagine that there was such a huge creature in the universe. No matter how intense the war in the Innerverse was, Earth was completely unaware of it. Their eyes were now fixed on the ancestral turtle, fearing that a sneeze from the turtle would blow the solar system apart. Fortunately, Lu Yin had sent someone to contact Earth in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been an uproar. It would have been panic. In the Outerverse, there were 3 drops of the liquid that could devour the astral source universe, and one of them was in the future weave, where the Forgotten Ruins god had personally taken action. There should have been one more drop in the central weaves, which was the black crystal that belonged to the Autumn Frost family. Fortunately, it had been destroyed and the Outerverse had not devoured as much as the Neoverse had. Even so, it was not easy to recover a stellar source in the Outerverse. In fact, it was extremely difficult. The closer one got to the central region, the easier it was to recover star sources. However, the central region had long since been completely occupied by the 6th mainland. Dominate. The ancestral turtle stopped in the starry sky not too far away from Earth. The members of the Great Eastern Alliance stayed on the ancestral turtle and did not disturb Earth. Lu Yin headed to Earth alone. There were also people he wanted to take with him, and that was Zhou Xian and the others. That scared me. I thought it was something big. Where did you find such a huge turtle? Zhou Xian exclaimed as he looked at the sky. Even though they were separated by a considerable distance, the ancestral turtle was still as dazzling as a star. It was also much larger than the other stars, just like the sun. Lu Yin shrugged. There are too many strange creatures in the universe. Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi was pleasantly surprised. She was very happy to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. Why aren't you at the academy? Zhou Sisi smiled. I came out to train. My mission was to experience Iron Blood Weave for a month. The current Iron Blood Weave was different from the past. The Astral Beast domain had been pushed back, and the war that had lasted for half a year had caused the Astral Beast domain to suffer great losses. As a result, there were not many battles in Iron Blood Weave. If Lu Yin had gone to Iron Blood Weave for the first time, he would not have been able to survive for even a day, let alone a month. It was not that he was not strong enough, but rather that he had been lucky. In that kind of battlefield, luck played a huge role. Back then, only Enlighters had the ability to protect themselves in Iron Blood Weave, but in the recent war, even envoys might not have been able to protect themselves. Don't go for now. Stay here, Lu Yin said. Zhou Xian was puzzled. Lu Yin told Zhou Xian about the everlasting invasion. He was not sure when he would be leaving, so he wanted Zhou Xian and the others to prepare in advance. Zhou Xian had not expected to hear such bad news. The entire human domain was in danger. The human domain was an incomparably vast concept, and from what he knew, he would never be able to reach the Neoverse in his lifetime. However, such a vast human domain was about to fall. He could not accept it. Uncle Lu, is this true? Zhou Sisi could not believe it. She knew more about the human domain than Zhou Xian did, and she could not believe that so many experts had failed to stop the everlasting invasion. Lu Yin looked at her. Don't worry. Uncle can take you away and live somewhere new. Zhou Sisi was nervous, but then she suddenly thought of something. What about the mentors? Astral Ten's mentors? Where are they? I haven't been able to contact them for the past few days. The Astral Combat Academy has also joined the battle. Although Astral 10 did not make it to the main battlefield, they should have encountered the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. Don't worry, they should be fine. Zhou Xian's tone was gloomy. Sisi, go out first. I have something to say to your Uncle Lu. Zhou Sisi wanted to say something else, but Zhou Xian glared at her so she left unwillingly. Lu Yin was puzzled. What is it? You want to send Cici away? Zhou Xian looked cautious. See if there's anyone around. Use your ability to make sure that no one will hear you. Lu Yin was even more puzzled. With Zhou Xian's status and cultivation, it was unlikely that he had something important to discuss with him. However, since Zhou Xian had said so, Lu Yin released his domain and confirmed that there was no one around. You can speak now. Zhou Xian raised his hand and activated his gadget, causing an image to appear in midair. It was nighttime and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. This was a forest with floating viaducts and neon lights in the distance that illuminated the entire city. The image zoomed in, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Someone was probably filming something. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the originally peaceful forest and the image froze. Two figures appeared in the image, both of them motionless. Then one of the figures fell to the ground and a ball of light appeared above his head. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Undying Yushan? He hadn't seen wrongly. That was a ball of spiritual force. The person who had absorbed it was either Undying Yushan or one of the people controlled by Undying Yushan, just like Kunzei's remnant. In the image, the person who had absorbed the ball of spiritual force suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Yin and Zhou Xian. No, it was more accurate to say that he was staring at the person filming the scene. Then the image disappeared and there was nothing left. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Xian and waited for an explanation. Zhou Xian answered solemnly, "That image wasn't filmed. It was frozen on the eyeball and I read it." What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Zhou Xian sighed. That image came from someone called Li Zhong. He's a sentinel cultivator and also my disciple. He doesn't have any other abilities, but he has an innate gift called image freezing. He saw that image with his own eyes and any image he sees will be frozen in his eyeball. It's because of this gift that I sent him to patrol Nanjing, but it ended up being his death sentence. Lu Yin understood. Another cultivator with an innate gift. It was a pity that it wasn't useful in battle, but even so, this person had still become Zhou Xian's disciple. Who was Zhou Xian? He was the most powerful person on Earth and was its window to the outside world. Because of his relationship with Lu Yin, even though his cultivation was weak, countless people wanted to be his disciple and get close to him. Even space-exploring cultivators were no exception. Li Zhong had become his disciple because of his identity as an Earthling, but also because of his innate gift. Li Zhong died and his corpse was discovered the next day. I immediately read his eyeball and found this image. It was the person in the image who killed Li Zhong, but that person thought that no one would know. He didn't expect Li Zhong to have such an innate gift, Zhou Xian said. From then on I kept an eye on that person and didn't alert him. He's too strange. Lu Yin was astonished. You kept an eye on him? He didn't discover you? Zhou Xian replied, I'm not a greenhorn, so how could I possibly keep an eye on him? There are surveillance cameras everywhere on Earth, no matter where you are. Even if you enter the planet's core, you can still be monitored. I didn't specifically monitor him, but I did retrieve all the surveillance footage to search and organize everything related to him. Even if he escaped the surveillance cameras, I wouldn't look for him. After all, anyone who wants to leave Earth would have to report it. As long as he's on Earth, I have ways to find him. However, I wouldn't go out of my way to look for him. It's just like watching a normal person. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This wasn't too bad. Powerful cultivators were too sensitive to being watched. Even an emissary wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Undying Yushan, let alone Zhou Xian. However, if he treated Undying Yushan like a normal person, then it wouldn't be a problem to retrieve the surveillance footage. Zhou Xian continued. The more I keep an eye on him, the stranger I find him. He constantly uses those balls of light to control others as if he's looking for something. Besides him, there are many other people on Earth with unknown origins. I suspect that there are even people from the Neo-Human Alliance among them. They're all looking for something. Lu Yin was puzzled. Earth was just a very ordinary and small planet. If there was anything special about it, then it would be the Hidden Earth Organization. What could Undying Yushan be looking for on Earth? Besides these people, there are also problems among the people on Earth. There's an organization called the Hidden Earth Organization. You should know about it, right? Zhou Xian looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't surprised that Zhou Xian knew about the Hidden Earth Organization. After all, he was the most powerful person on Earth. Chapter 2027. Earth might not look like much, but it's attracted a lot of people. I've been thinking about contacting you and letting you deal with it, but I'm not sure about that person. I don't plan on interacting with the Hidden Earth Society, and there are also those people with unknown origins, Zhou Xian said. Lu Yin asked, where's that person? His name is Xiaohai. I didn't investigate his whereabouts, so I can only find out where he went through surveillance, Zhou Xian said, handing a map to Lu Yin. This shows his tracks and he's practically all over the world. He went to the ocean and underground. Lu Yin looked at the map. Earth was very small and a cultivator could easily cover it. Regardless of whether this person was Undying Yushan himself or someone under his control, he had indeed covered almost all of Earth. It was obvious that he was looking for something. What was there on Earth that he was looking for? Now that the fifth mainland was facing the invasion of the Eternals, Lu Yin had long since forgotten about Undying Yushan. He had not expected to see him on Earth. What should we do? Zhou Xian asked. Lu Yin rubbed his head. If this person was Undying Yushan himself, then he could deal with him. He had 2 half-step ancestors with him, so he could easily deal with him. However, if this person was not Undying Yushan himself, then dealing with him would be meaningless. Besides, he really wanted to know what Undying Yushan was looking for. Don't worry about him. Just do what you did before, Lu Yin said. Zhou Xian was in a difficult position. I don't know how many people he's controlling through that ball of light. I've asked people to analyze it, and wherever he goes, people will behave strangely, especially at night, as if they can't control themselves. If this continues... Lu Yin raised a hand. Don't worry, I know how he controls people. It won't be a problem. We just have to deal with him. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Zhou Xian no longer insisted. You said that there might be people from the Neo-Human Alliance on Earth? Do you have any suspects? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Xian replied, it's just a guess. Even if there is, it's not a corpse king. It's too easy to discover. Lu Yin was depressed. Whether it was the fifth mainland or the astral tree domain, there would always be people who sought refuge with the Eternals. Humans had desires and they were intelligent creatures. The more intelligent a creature was, the more thoughts they had that could not be controlled. He didn't know if there were any Eternals among the people he took away. In the previous battle, in order to prevent any traitors among the half-martial ancestors, he didn't tell anyone about the heaven-supporting pillar. In the end, he didn't discover any traitors. Either there weren't any traitors or the traitors were too well hidden. Only by completely wiping out the Eternals could humanity be saved. Even if there were people who sought refuge with the Eternals were gone, so they could only play their part. Lu Yin chuckled bitterly as even he was speechless. What he needed to do right now was to preserve his own life, and yet he was indulging in fantastical fantasies of wiping out the Eternals. It was simply too unrealistic. And so, Lu Yin remained on Earth, preparing to leave via Jupiter if he could no longer resist the Eternals. The Great Eastern Alliance began to set up defenses in the solar system. Half a month later, Lu Yin stood in outer space and stared ahead. Outside the solar system, Enai Huang and the rest of the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force had appeared. Compared to when they had first arrived at the fifth mainland, the current expeditionary force had been reduced by nearly half. More than half of the envoys had been lost as well, and it looked extremely miserable. The second Night King was among them, following closely behind Old White Ghost. What are you doing here? Lu Yin asked as he glanced at the second Night King. Wang Si sneered. To follow you, of course. That's because we now know that you didn't take the same path as the other stowaways when you went to our region. Lu Yin frowned and stared coldly at the second Night King. Did you tell them? Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin. No one wants to die. Could just tell us how to get there. The abandoned lands can't hold out any longer, and this place will soon become the Eternals' territory. You don't want to be transformed into a corpse king, do you? Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll tell you. He then pointed at Jupiter. It's that planet. Once you get there, you'll reach your region of space. Enai Huang and the rest looked at Jupiter in disbelief. They had not expected Lu Yin to tell them so directly. You little bastard, are you toying with us? Wang Si's face darkened. Lu Yin shrugged. I've already told you, so there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Old White Ghost casually tossed someone towards Jupiter to scout the path. That cultivator was a cruiser, but once he got close to Jupiter he could not enter. Lu Yin had not been able to enter Jupiter either, as there was a layer of defense around the planet that even enlighters could not enter. That cultivator tried a few times, but after failing to enter he retreated. And Huang looked at Lu Yin. You don't want us to leave? Lu Yin pursed his lips. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. That's the path to the astral tree domain, but most people can't enter. Right, I have to remind you not to force your way in. If the planet is destroyed, you won't be able to return. You little bastard, are you trying to scare us? Don't you want to leave yourself? Wang Si asked coldly. Lu Yin looked at Wang Si with a cold expression. Old bitch, one day I'll knock out all your teeth. Wang Si was furious and immediately attacked. Kuei Luo immediately stood in front of Lu Yin while the sage heavenly master stepped forward. In the distance, the ancestral turtle raised its head. And Huang grabbed Wang Si. Stop. Now's not the time for infighting. Wang Si was enraged and she glared at Lu Yin. I'll grind your bones to dust and then throw you into the Red Garden where you'll be lost forever. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Red Garden was a place that had given him a huge shock. The people imprisoned there were definitely members of the Lu family. Old bitch, I'll let you have a taste of 1,000 cuts. Enough, there's no need to waste your breath. And Huang interrupted Lu Yin and looked at him. You have a deep grudge with us and I won't deny it. If it's possible, we'll definitely deal with you and you'll do your best to deal with us. We can't coexist, so why don't you tell us the way out of the abandoned wasteland? You can leave before we do and it'll be better for everyone. Lu Yin replied, I've already told you that it's that planet. Believe it or not. And Huang frowned. Given her temper, if not for the restrictions of the mind net and the threat of the Eternals, she would have slapped Lu Yin a long time ago. Even when the Lu family was at its peak, she would have been qualified to teach a lesson to a direct descendant. Is that planet really a passage? Xiada stepped forward helplessly to smooth things over. Of the 4 half-progenitors, he was the only one who could speak nicely to Lu Yin. Although the Xia family was also one of the 4 Libras, Lu Yin had a good relationship with Xia Taili back in the astral tree realm. Xiada himself was not as gloomy as Wang Si, Whitehead and the others. Lu Yin snorted. I'll say it one last time. Yes, if you want to go and know your limits. In any case, once that planet is destroyed, you'll all have to stay here and die with us. Jupiter's abnormality would be discovered sooner or later, so it was better to tell them directly. You don't want to leave? Wang Si mocked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. When have the Lu family members ever been afraid of death? This left Wang Si and the others speechless. The Lu family members were indeed not afraid of death, but they still felt that something was off. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. What did this have to do with being afraid of death? They were 2 completely different things. This brat was getting better at spouting nonsense. And Huang shook her head. If you weren't afraid of death, then why did you escape from Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin stared at her. You guys are really stupid. Her expression changed slightly. Junior, although we won't attack you because of the Eternal's threat, that doesn't mean that you can provoke us without restraint. Lu Yin sneered. Am I wrong? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about your White Dragon tribe. And Huang did not understand. Are you calling my White Dragon tribe stupid? Lu Yin mocked. If you hadn't joined them to force me to reveal my identity as Zhou Xian, I would still be Long Qi, apprenticed to Patriarch Wuxia, learning lock-breaking from Jie Yuan's formation master, and using me to rope in the poor. Your White Dragon tribe would have surpassed the other 3 families. As for how to deal with me, that's your internal problem. I'm under your control, so you can deal with me however you want. But you guys foolishly exposed my identity at Dragon Mountain. Not only did you become a laughingstock, but you also lost the support that you could have gained by using me. If I were you, I would just die. And Huang was furious, but Lu Yin's words happened to coincide with her thoughts. Ever since Lu Yin had escaped from the astral tree realm, he had often thought about how if he had not exposed Long 7 back then, even if he had known that Long 7 was a fake and that he was a stowaway, Long 7 would have been able to gather enough support to allow the White Dragon clan to surpass the other 3 clans. Then dealing with Long 7 would have been too easy. Unfortunately, he had not thought so much back then. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it the most. What he regretted the most was what Long Quan had said before his death. They had made a mistake and lost a great opportunity. Wang Si sneered. Little brat, it's too late to try to drive a wedge between us. We'll settle our debt with you in the cosmic tree realm. Let Wang Su and the others out first. Although Lu Yin had released most of the people from the cosmic tree realm, there were still some who had remained locked up. They were Wang Su, Wang Yi, Lu Xiaoge and the others. Lu Yin was amused. You think I'll let them go just because you say so? Xiada replied, Kid, you're holding them hostage because you want to protect yourself in the cosmic tree realm. How about this? My Xia family agrees that we won't do anything to you for the next 100 years. How about we let Tai Li go? Xiada, you want to let the remnants of the Lu family grow? Don't forget about the stage. Old White Ghost barked. Wang Si stared at Xiada as well. Xiada ignored them and continued to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. That's a very tempting offer, but consider it. And I Huang frowned. My White Dragon tribe can also give you 100 years of peace. Let Long Shi go. We'll talk about it later, Lu Yin casually replied, his attitude infuriating her. Xiada looked at Lu Yin deeply and then said to Ni Huang, Senior, let's find a place to settle down. Lu Xiaoxian will definitely leave, so we just have to keep an eye on him. Ni Huang nodded. Scope. The expeditionary army from the cosmic tree realm decided to stay here and keep an eye on Lu Yin. As for Jupiter, whether they believed it or not, they did not want to investigate. Chapter 2028. Although Lu Yin was hostile to the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army, he could still hold them off if the Eternals attacked. If he left through Jupiter, he would be separated once he reached the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army. No matter how hard the Astral Tree Expeditionary Army tried to find him, Lu Yin had Death's face, so he would be safe. However, Lu Yin looked at the ancestral turtle behind him. What should he do with it? The ancestral turtle was too big and he could only leave it here. After all, the 7 sky gods could not do anything to it. The 5th mainland had calmed down and only the technocracy's borders were still fighting. However, the calmer it was, the more uneasy it was. Another month passed and it had been 2 months since the last great battle. The mechanical ants had been wiped out, but the Eternals did not invade the technocracy. Instead, they continued to replenish their forces and occupied the western flow zone of the Innerverse. They had even spread to the Chaos flow zone and were eyeing the 5th mainland covetously. They did not massacre the humans either. Just as many had guessed, the Eternals wanted to raise humans as materials to replenish their corpse kings. Although this was cruel, it was the truth. Death was actually a form of release, but under these circumstances, who would have the courage to die? Similarly, under these circumstances, many people continued to defect to the Eternals. Bukong appeared again. Previously he had been a target of scorn and did not dare to show his face, but now he was high and mighty. The identity of City Lord Yang of the Eternal Kingdom in the Starfall Sea was also revealed. He was a disciple of the secret progenitor. On the surface he had died in battle when the Eternals invaded the 6th mainland, but he had faked his death to defect to the Eternals. A few days later, news spread that the Eternals had established the Eternal Kingdom in the Chaos Flow Zone's former Chaos God Mountain ruins. The city lord was actually Fanchen. Fanchen was a cosmic imprinter from the 6th mainland's Fan domain, and he was a grand elder of the Fan family. He was a powerhouse who was infinitely close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. This news caused many people to be in a daze. The Fan family's betrayal was a huge blow. Not only did it mean that the Eternals had gained another powerhouse, but it also meant that they had given up. The Fan family had already given up hope. Not long after the Eternal Kingdom was established, the ancient gods and other demigods appeared once again and spread out across the 5th mainland. Now, several strongholds protected by demigods had gathered in order to deal with the Eternals. One was the Frostwave Weave solar system, where Kuei Luo and the High Sage Heavenly Master had joined forces with 4 half-martial ancestors and as many as 6 half-martial ancestors to protect them. One was located in the glory realm of the new universe. It was led by the Hall of Honor. Together with the 7 courts, the Aurora Stronghold and the 3,000 Great Worlds, they formed a terrifying force. The leaders were Elder Chan Xiaji and Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping. Because of this crisis, the 7 courts had temporarily abandoned Progenitor Chen's tomb and moved to the Glory Plane. They couldn't stop the Eternals on their own. One was still in the Neoverse, but it wasn't in the Glory Realm. Instead, it was in the home of the gods, which was directly opposite the Glory Realm. Now that the stellar source universe had been devoured, the rune technology in the home of the gods had not weakened. This made the home of the gods a place of refuge for countless people. The Sirius sect was unable to directly move to the Glory Realm. Instead, it was closer to the home of the gods, so they went there. Other than the Sirius sect, there were also many other starry sky cities. The half-martial ancestors guarding them were Elder Gong and Drunkard. The Glory Realm and the home of the gods were equivalent to a stronghold. With the speed of a half-martial ancestor, they could look after each other. If not for the fact that many people couldn't move to the Glory Realm in a short period of time, they would also want to go there directly. There was also the Sixth Mainland, which had gathered all of its strength in the central region of the Outerverse. Back when the Autumn Frost family's black crystal had been destroyed, the liquid had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring. This had prevented the central weaves of the Outerverse from devouring the stellar source universe as fiercely as before, so they could temporarily recover. The eternal half-martial ancestors were scattered throughout the Fifth Mainland, and they quickly figured out the strongholds there. In the end, the ancient god decided to launch a destructive attack on the home of the gods. Once the human half-martial ancestors were separated, it would be an opportunity for the Eternals. If they gathered together, they could easily destroy any stronghold and eliminate the human half-martial ancestors. This was an inevitable outcome. If the Eternals could think of this, then so could Elder Chan and the others. The current situation was because they wanted to stall for time. The appearance of the human strongholds made the Eternals certain that they could easily defeat them. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to act quickly, which gave the humans time to breathe. In reality, this was indeed the case. The Fifth Mainland had gained 2 months of breathing space. This was not an opportunity for them to recover, but rather a gamble. They were gambling on that place. 2 months passed, and when the ancient god and the other eternal half-martial ancestors headed towards the home of the gods, Xiao Ming and the other lockbreakers finally finished their lockbreaking. The vast white plains of ice emanated an irresistible chill as cracks appeared and gradually expanded. Soon after, the white chill shot up into the sky and tore through the firmament, freezing the heavens. Xiao Ming's expression turned solemn as he did not dare to come into contact with this chill. It was enough to freeze a half-martial ancestor. It was no wonder why such a large region had been transformed into a sourcebox. The lockbreakers continuously retreated as they stared at the white plains of ice with apprehension and fear. The cracks grew larger and larger. Master Hao Yu stared at the scarlet eyes within the ice. He had insisted on not lock-breaking because he had seen quite a few scarlet eyes. He knew that besides the humans, there were also Eternals sealed within the ice. He did not know the strength of the enemy, and rashly lock-breaking could bring disaster to the human domain. However, he could not care about such things at this moment, as the Fifth Mainland was already in despair. The white chill continued to pour out, and one after another, it froze the heavens. "Retreat again," Jeffrey shouted, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. Shangyang Gui Juanheng Wuxing Su Feng Yi Dioshui and the other lockbreakers as well as Lightfeather Miwen and Daobo all retreated. With a bang, a giant crack appeared and a pair of scarlet eyes spun from within. Then a finger appeared and finally a body. Its neck was twisted and emitted a horrifying sound. Its eyes suddenly opened and it leaped up. A terrifying aura swept through the world, bringing with it an ancient pressure. This was a corpse king. Xiao Ming's expression changed as this power gave him a very bad feeling. What kind of power was this? The corpse king roared at the sky and unleashed its power without restraint. Jeffrey gritted his teeth. This is troublesome. The power released by this corpse king made him feel pressured, and the corpse king's power level was definitely close to that of a progenitor. Just as he was about to attack, a black stream of air rushed out from within the crack and bound the corpse king. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the corpse king was torn to pieces by the black stream of air. Xiao Ming and the others were stunned. Death energy? At this moment, the plains of ice trembled as if it contained an unimaginable power that was about to erupt. Xiao Ming was shocked. Not good. There's another sourcebox array that's about to erupt and it can't be controlled. He then looked at the many lockbreakers. Someone think of a way to protect yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the plains of ice exploded, and a surging power spread out in all directions, causing the mind net to distort. This power was enough to contend against the mind net, and it blew away all of the frozen creatures within the plains of ice as well as the lockbreakers outside. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and one figure after another disappeared into the void. The home of the gods welcomed the invasion of the Eternals, and rune technology ruins were pushed out one after another, transforming into boundless rune lines that wiped out the corpse kings. These rune technology ruins had originally been created by the rune progenitors era, and they were created from nothing. Once they melted, they would erupt with unimaginable rune lines that continuously bombarded the ancient gods and other half-progenitors. A half-progenitor corpse king was caught off guard, and its legs were obliterated by the rune lines, causing both of its legs to turn into nothingness. Marquis Qingzhu sighed as he looked at the invisible rune lines in the distance. To be honest, I've always thought that the rune progenitor was the most shocking genius. He actually created such a battle style and carried an entire civilization on his back. If he hadn't fought his way to the sixth mainland and been surrounded, it's hard to say how strong he would have been. The ancient god's eyes were cold. There were many people like the rune progenitor in human history, but they were all too stupid. The Forgotten Ruins god chuckled. During the Above Heavens sect, the 3 realms, 6 Daoists, 9 mountains, 8 seas and 12 heavenly gates swept through everything. During that era, humans were the only ones, but the more prosperous they were, the easier it was for them to decline. Humans will never return to the Above Heavens sect era. It's our turn now. A purplish-black substance spread throughout the ancient god's body, and his hair grew crazily. It was as if some substance within his body had been activated, and his entire body was covered in a hazy halo. He looked up and charged towards the home of the gods. There were a total of 17 rune technology ruins in the home of the gods, and each one could transform into an endless stream of rune lines that could be used to resist the Eternals' invasion. The Eternals had mobilized 4 half-progenitors, but they were still unable to break into the home of the gods. The ancient god rushed out and met him head-on. One of the rune technology ruins dissipated, turning into rune lines that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was like a barrier in front of him. Even further away, the mirror gods stared at the charging ancient god. The ancient god looked up, and his body was enveloped by a strange feeling. He frowned and waved his hand, tearing the void apart. Even the rune lines in front of him, as well as the various rune technology ruins, were all torn apart by this attack. Elder Gong grabbed Mirror God and dodged. His original location, behind him and even in the distance, were all split in half. Mirror God could not believe what he was seeing. Elder Gong looked at the ancient god. When the 7 sky gods completely revealed their strength, it would be the end of the battle. The ancient god charged into the home of the gods in an unstoppable manner, and the drunkard's gourd was shattered by a single palm strike. The drunkard was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Neither the past nor the future can stop me. It's time to end this. The ancient god then raised his arm and slapped at the drunkard. No one could understand the ancient god's strength. It was like an emissary fighting an enlighter. It was on a completely different level. The drunkard watched the ancient god's palm strike and sighed. In front of him, a drop of wine dripped onto the soles of his feet. It was like a drop of water falling into a pond, and ripples spread out from the soles of his feet until they enveloped the ancient god. This was his inner world. Old Shuigui had been killed by the king's innate gift, and he hadn't been able to use his inner world in time. However, the drunkard could. He fully unleashed his inner world and stared at the ancient god. Let's be trapped together. He then tried to use his inner world to kill the ancient god. Chapter 2029. The inner world was the true manifestation of a demi-ancestor's power. The drunkard knew that he would be trapped by the web of thoughts if he used his inner world. However, the ancient god would also be trapped because he had to use his true power to block his inner world. The ancient god said coldly, "You don't know what you're talking about." He raised his right arm and pointed his palm downwards. "My power level is different from yours." With that, his palm fell and broke the drunkard's inner world, severely injuring him. The drunkard was shocked. The next moment, his body was pulled by the mind net and trapped in the void, just like Marquis Wui. He wanted to use his full power and trap the ancient god with him. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the ancient god. However, even with his inner world, he was still no match for the ancient god. The scene just now was equivalent to the ancient god defeating him, a half-ancestor. He was not an ordinary half-ancestor, but a half-ancestor who had broken through 3 stages and possessed an item of origin. He surpassed Zhou Xian, Old Devil Shui and the others, but he was still defeated by the ancient god. Not only the drunkard, but it was also Elder Gong's first time seeing the ancient god in such a state. This was the 7 sky gods. the mirror god and the other cultivators in the home of the gods, as well as the disciples and elders of Sirius who had escaped into the home of the gods, as well as the people of the starry sky city, looked at the ancient god with eyes full of fear. The ancient god's power was beyond their understanding. Even Elder Gong could not understand the ancient god's power. He had truly surpassed his level to challenge a half-ancestor. Throughout history, such existences were extremely rare. Unstoppable. How could such a monster be stopped? The mirror god trembled. He had thought that the rune technology ruins could stop the Eternals and that the Starsource universe's devouring had nothing to do with them. They had the ability to protect themselves, but he had been too naive. Suddenly he remembered that even in the era of the rune ancestor, the rune technology ruins were still in decline. The power they possessed was not invincible. Fenghua God's face was pale. Not far away, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuanke, and the others from Sirius felt helpless for the first time. In the distance, the Forgotten Ruins god approached and also broke through the rune technology ruins. This was the seven sky gods. The ancient god's gaze landed on Elder Gong. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed him. It was as if in his eyes even Elder Gong was just a child. Countless stars revolved around the surface of Elder Gong's body. In the face of the ancient god he could only fight head-on. At this moment, a current swept across the void and blocked in front of him. It transformed into a person facing the ancient god head-on. The ancient god frowned. 3 young ancestral chi. It's you again. The figure that appeared was Elder Chan's manifestation of the 3 suns' ancestral chi. Do you really think that a mere battle skill can stop me? The ancient god casually slapped away the incoming figure, causing snow to fall from his palm. It should have been a terrifying technique, but it was ineffective against the ancient god. Beside Elder Gong, Elder Chan, Xiaji and Chief Judge Qingping stepped forward with solemn expressions. Leave him to me. You guys deal with the others, Elder Chan said, directly facing the ancient god. Elder Gong said in a low voice, be careful, even if the drunkard uses his full strength, he won't be able to do anything to him. Elder Chan took a deep breath. I know. The god of forgetfulness approached them with a giggle. Interesting. Even if you can stop him, can you stop me? The scale beneath Chief Judge Qingping's feet appeared beneath the god of forgetfulness's feet. Let's try it. The god of forgetfulness's gaze was calm. Did you underestimate me during that battle, little guy? The dark stars flickered as if they would fall at any moment. The kneeling giant statues in the home of the gods shattered one by one. Outsiders could not interfere in a battle between half-ancestors. The technocracy's ruins could. They could stop ordinary half-ancestors, but they could not stop the 7 sky gods or the 12 marquises. After all, they were inanimate objects. With the destruction of all 17 ruins, the home of the gods was completely exposed to the Eternals. Countless bamboos rose from the ground and pierced through cultivators. Blood stained the bamboos as far as the eye could see. Fenghua's eyes widened as she stared at the ground in disbelief. Her body had been pierced by the bamboos, and the intense pain gradually drowned out her consciousness. She did not want to die and wanted to break the bamboos, but to her the bamboos were indestructible. Another round of bamboos soared into the sky and pierced through her head. Half of her corpse hung from the bamboos, dyeing the ground red. Countless people died tragically under the bamboos. The home of the gods had 18 young gods, but aside from Tai Yishen and Xiao Bai who had gone to the 5th pagoda, Lu Yin had taken them to the outerverse. Sirius Sex Yao Ji had also been casually killed by a half-ancestor corpse king. He had only been one of those killed and he had been nothing more than an ant. Elder Yao Shan's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically charged at the half-ancestor corpse king, but he was also killed. Cultivators fell one after another and their corpses drifted through space. The home of the gods was facing its end. Countless howls of despair could not stop the massacre. The Eternals needed corpse kings, but there were simply too many humans. Even a stronghold like the home of the gods was just a drop in the ocean, and they could be slaughtered at will. Swathes of people died and most of them did not even leave behind a corpse. Elder Chan had never felt so helpless before. He could not stop this, and it was already inconceivable that he could block an ancient god. The ancient god looked at Elder Chan. Is this all you've got? 3 ancestral chis. Who's the third one? Progenitor Hui was beside Elder Chan, and he was using a source box array to protect himself as he delayed the ancient god. When he heard the ancient god's words, a third stream of energy appeared behind him. It's someone you know. The ancient god was astonished. Let's see. At that moment, an incomparably large spatial crack appeared above everyone's heads, and it was as if the entire fifth mainland had been sliced apart. The ancient god Elder Chan and the others all looked up. Elder Chan was excited. Was this a sign that the lock-breaking had succeeded? After delaying for 2 months and exhausting all the lockbreaker's strength, they had finally managed to unlock that place. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was impossible to predict. He could only believe in Mr. Mu's words, as that place was their only hope. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up and frowned as he followed the spatial crack to the north. Why did it feel like there was a familiar aura passing by? An astral beast fell out of the crack and let out a ferocious roar. Marquis Green Bamboo's hand moved, and a piece of green bamboo pierced through the astral beast. The astral beast had a power level of over 1,000,000, but it was nothing more than an ant in front of Marquis Green Bamboo. The astral beast's blood splattered through space, and because it was so large, it covered half of the home of the gods. As its body was pierced through, it was as if the entire home of the gods was raining blood. Suddenly, Marquis Green Bamboo's expression changed, as his bamboo had been broken. The astral beast was already dead, but there were 5 figures on its back. They were either standing, squatting, or half-kneeling. These 5 people looked haggard, and most of their clothes had fallen off. Some of their weapons had been broken, and one of them had lost half of his body. However, for some reason, when everyone saw them, they could sense their unyielding will to battle and their indescribable aura of iron and blood. This aura directly surpassed that of the home of the gods, and even a battle between half-martial ancestors could not conceal this aura. There were clearly only 5 of them, and they looked half-crippled, but they could not be ignored. One of them had shattered green bamboo beneath his feet, and a piece of it was stuck to his arm. From the looks of it, the green bamboo had been crushed by him. Marquis Green Bamboo stared at that person, especially at his clothes. He felt like he had seen the symbol on his clothes somewhere before. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people in bewilderment. Although these people had an iron-blooded aura and were not weak, it was a pity that none of them were half-martial ancestors. They only had a power level of over 1,000,000, which would not be of much use on this battlefield. The hope that the Mr. had mentioned could not have been just these few people. Team E, the ancient god slowly said as he looked at the 5 people. Elder Chan was shocked. He knew them. In the distance, the god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. It's them? Hengxin's Team E? Why are they here? They should have disappeared in the annals of history. Elder Gong and the others looked on blankly. Team E? They had never heard of it. Elder Chan had never heard of it either. The fact that the god of Forgotten Ruins was able to recognize the ancient gods proved that these people were not nobodies. However, he admitted that he had read all the ancient texts of the Hall of Honor, and even the Mavis clan's ancient texts, but there was no record of Team E. In history, did Team E even exist? The astral beast's corpse slid down the green bamboo, and on its back, the 5 people's dazed eyes gradually became clear as they looked around. They were not surprised to see a battlefield. Since they were born, even if they did not have consciousness, they had always been walking on the battlefield. Among the 5, the half-kneeling person stood up and lifted the broken sword in his hand. The squatting person also stood up and moved his arms. There were strange boxing gloves on his hands that were covered with ferocious barbs. The 5 people looked around the battlefield and suddenly focused on the ancient god. Their originally calm gazes were filled with shock, and they all kowtowed at the same time. Team E greets the Pathmaster. Elder Chan's heart sank. It was over. They were actually from the Eternals. The ancient god was very calm, as he had expected this. The god of Forgotten Ruins looked at him playfully. Elder Gong sighed. Their luck was really bad. It seemed that a large number of lock-breakers were from the Eternals. Although these people were humans, they worshipped the ancient god, so they should have sided with the Eternals. The ancient god quietly watched the 5 people kowtow to him and slowly asked, "Where is Hengxin?" One of the 5 looked up. He was the most seriously injured and had lost half of his body, but the other 4 treated him as their leader. Sect Master is nowhere to be found, but he should not be far away. He then looked at the ancient god with a strange gaze. Pathmaster, what happened to you? The god of Forgotten Ruins laughed heartily. The 5 people looked at her, and the one who had just replied frowned when he saw the god of Forgotten Ruins. She looked very familiar. The god of forgotten ruins smiled at the 5 people, especially the leader. I remember you. I forgot your name, but you were following Hengxin back then. You're the leader of Team E, right? You are? That person was confused. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. I'm Wang Miao Miao. That person was shocked. The ancestor of the 5th mainland's Wang family? Hee, what a pity. I'm no longer the ancestor of the Wang family. The god of forgotten ruins smiled at that person. I'm one of the 7 heavenly gods of the Eternals, the god of forgotten ruins. That person was confused. What 7 heavenly gods? The forgotten ruins god laughed and pointed at the ancient god. Your Tao Lord is now an ancient god, one of the 7 godly heavens of the Eternals. How interesting. Your subordinates who used to worship you are now watching you submit to the mortal enemy that the humans despise the most. Thank you to Caramel Luo D for your support. Some of you gave me gifts for more chapters and some of you gave me gifts to show that you like this book. I will try my best to update as much as possible. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2030. The 5 looked at the ancient god in disbelief. What does she mean, Pathmaster? That person's expression turned ugly as he stared at the ancient god. Actually, he had noticed that something was amiss at first glance. Although those scarlet eyes were hidden, they were still there and they were the symbol of the Eternals. The ancient god coldly said, "You're just ants. Even if Hen Xin broke through to the progenitor realm, you're still an ant in my eyes. There's no need to explain things to ants." He then pressed down on the 5. Let's end this. You should have disappeared from history long ago. The 5 did not move, and they simply watched the ancient god's palm descend, still immersed in their shock. Seeing that they were about to die at the ancient god's hands, Elder Chan's final aura appeared in front of them. He took human form and similarly raised his hand to meet the ancient god's palm. Bang! The void exploded and the ancient god was stunned. His palm had actually been blocked. Elder Chan panted heavily, but he still had to ask the ancient god to come out. In front of the 5, the final person formed by Elder Chan's 3 sons' ancestral chi appeared. It was a spirited middle-aged man, and although he looked handsome and mighty, he still looked a little sluggish because of the 3 sons' ancestral chi. This man's appearance surprised the ancient god. Lu Tianyi. The forgotten ruin god exclaimed, Lu Tianyi? The final person formed by Elder Chan's 3 sons' ancestral chi was the Lu family's Lu Tianyi, one of 9 mountains and 8 seas. The forgotten ruin god was puzzled. How can you use battle techniques to imitate Lu Tianyi? He didn't die back then and he was still alive when the 4-way scales banished the Lu family. The ancient god was curious as well. From the start of the battle until now he had not even seen Lu Tianyi when he saw the other 5. Elder Chan looked at Lu Tianyi's back and said respectfully, "When the Daoist sect was destroyed, I was ordered by the Lu family to establish the Hall of Honor, and the 3 sons' ancestral chi came from Senior Lu Tianyi. Senior not only taught me the 3 sons' ancestral chi, but he was also willing to become one of the 3 sons' ancestral chi that I transformed into. For many years I was unwilling to use this ancestral chi because I did not want to blaspheme Senior, but now I have no other choice." The green bamboo marquis sighed in admiration. One of the reasons why the Lu family was exiled was because many people were dissatisfied with the general appointment platform. They believed that the general appointment platform of the Lu family would not even let off a dead person and humiliate many people. However, the Lu family did not even let off themselves. A dignified ancestor was willing to be used by an ant from back then. This is the Lu family. Elder Chan was a half-progenitor, and the 3 ancestral chis had all transformed into half-progenitors. One of them was the 6th mainland's Shui Wuqing, who was a very ordinary progenitor. He had died during the battle at the Daoist sect, and he had coincidentally been used by Elder Chan's battle technique. The second half-progenitor had transformed into Progenitor Hui, but unfortunately Progenitor Hui was not proficient in battle. As for the third half-progenitor, even the ancient gods feared him. No one in the Lu clan could be underestimated, and Lu Tianyi was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Although he might not have acquired the legacy of the mountains and seas when he was half a step into the ancestor realm, he still had the various techniques of the Lu clan as well as the general appointment platform. This was Old Chan's final strength. When the ancestral chi of the 3 sons worked together, half-martial ancestors were absolutely invincible. Not even Emperor Ni could have been a match for Lu Tian when he was a half-martial ancestor, let alone ancestor Huiyan Shui Wuqing. For many years, the Eternals had forbidden the Hall of Honor from having any inheritors of the Three Sons' ancestral qi because they wanted to prevent this from happening. Now Elder Chan was using it. Elder Chan looked at the 5 people. I don't know who you are, but the Tao Master you speak of is an Eternals monster. Perhaps he betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals. What he wants to do now is to exterminate the humans of the 5th mainland and enslave them. Impossible. The Tao Master is the Tao Master. How could he betray the humans? He betrayed the progenitors. One of them shouted. The other 4 glared at Elder Chan, unwilling to believe what they had just heard. Elder Chan shook his head helplessly. It was fine if he could not convince them, but these 5 people would not be of much help anyway. The ancestral qi of the 3 sons is very powerful, but how long can you last without astral sources? The ancient god asked. Elder Chan's eyes flickered as this was his greatest weakness. Even if he could fight against the ancient god, he would not be able to last for long. The ancestral qi of the 3 sons could not be used endlessly. But I don't want to fight anymore. I'll give you all some time to catch your breath and gather more experts. We don't want to search the entire 5th mainland, the ancient god said, then turned and walked towards the home of the gods. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and glanced at Elder Chan and the others before leaving as well. The departure of the Eternals allowed Elder Gong and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Chan was puzzled, as the ancient god should not be afraid of the ancestral qi of the 3 sons. He thought about it and looked at the 5 people. Could it be them? Outside the home of the gods, the ancient god stopped and looked at Marquis Qingzhu. When did this happen? Just now. In an instant a thread took its life, Marquis Qingzhu said solemnly. The Forgotten Ruins god was puzzled. What's wrong? Marquis Qingzhu said, I just received news that a thread took the life of a half-ancestor beast. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. A thread. The ancient god looked to the west. The power of destiny. The Forgotten Ruins god's expression changed. When destiny was mentioned, even the ancient god became more serious. Destiny still exists? The ancient god replied, I don't know, but who can easily kill a half-ancestor with just a thread? Destiny Girl, the Forgotten Ruins god blurted out. She's one of the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates. Destiny Girl is a chess piece of destiny and she controls a thread of destiny. One side lives and the other dies. I never expected her to appear. That war ended a generation of the Above Heaven sect, and I thought that the entire generation had died. Now that she's appeared, she'll bring about a huge change to the current situation. The ancient god said, It doesn't matter. It won't affect the overall situation. He then looked up. As long as Ancestor Hui's power disappears, this continent will be under our control. Think of a way to force that rat to leave. The place he's in right now is not suitable. Lu Yin did not care about the war in the Neoverse. He stood outside Earth and looked at the middle-aged man in outer space. This person had suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention. His power was vast and boundless, and he carried an incomparably sharp blade qi. He had almost shattered Earth when he appeared, but fortunately, Kuei Luo had stepped in to block him. The middle-aged man looked around blankly. Where is this? Lu Yin frowned and asked softly, Is he a half-ancestor? Kuei Luo replied cautiously, Definitely, and he's not an ordinary half-ancestor. His strength is unfathomable. He then opened his hand, revealing a trace of blood. With Kuei Luo's abilities, there were not many half-ancestors who could harm him. Since he had not recovered, it was either because he did not want to or because he could not. This guy is quite troublesome. Be careful. With your physique, one slash is enough to kill you, Kuei Luo warned. In the distance, Heavenly Master Xianxia walked out, followed by Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors. They did not want anything to happen to Lu Yin, as they still hoped to follow him to the astral tree realm. The middle-aged man looked at the ancestral turtle and was shocked. What a huge turtle. When did such a huge turtle appear? Senior, may I know your name? Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin but did not answer. He looked around and then looked up. Progenitor's power covers this place. What's wrong with this astral source universe? Lu Yin saw that the man did not answer, so he asked again, May I ask where Senior is from? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin a second time and said in a hoarse voice, I also want to know where I came from and where this place is. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he had guessed that this person must have come from that place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a half-ancestor to appear out of nowhere and be so powerful. Senior, have you heard of the Daoist sect? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin. You're just a mere envoy and you're surrounded by half-ancestors, yet you're allowed to speak. Seems like you can make decisions. Lu Yin smiled. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the seniors are being courteous. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Courteous? Wang Si and the others can't wait to kill you. Wang Si glanced at Lu Yin coldly. What a hypocritical brat. The middle-aged man slowly retracted his aura. You just asked me about the Daoist sect? Wrong. Since it's a human, it should be called the Heavenly Sect. Lu Yin was confused. Heavenly Sect? The middle-aged man raised his brows. You don't know? Then why do you know about the Daoist sect? Hold on. He looked around and his expression changed. Where's the mother tree? Why don't I see the mother tree? Senior, this is the 5th mainland and the mother tree has long since migrated. You might not be a cultivator from the 5th mainland, but the other 5 mainlands are all gone, Lu Yin said. The middle-aged man stared at Lu Yin in shock, but then he sneered. Brat, you dare lie to me? Gone? The 5 mainlands are gone? How is that possible? Who can do that? The Eternals, said the High Elysium Heavenly Master. The middle-aged man sneered. They're just a bunch of failed monsters and you call them the Everlasting Tribe? They're just trash. His gaze became extremely sharp. You can't be the lackeys of that trash, right? Right, I remember now. I felt that something was off even before that battle started. That trash actually dared to provoke us. What are you scheming? Lu Yin shook his head. Senior, please calm down. We will explain everything to you. The heavens have changed. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that he did not know how many more ancient characters would appear later. They did not even know that the 5 mainlands had disappeared, which meant that they had existed for too long. Who knew how long it would take to explain everything to them? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on and he looked at Old White Ghost. Have the second Night King come out and explain. Old White Ghost raised his brows. Say it yourself. Lu Yin coldly replied. He experienced the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands during the Daoist sect's era. I didn't. Old White Ghost sneered and ignored Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at the middle-aged man. Senior, the only person who can explain this to you is someone called the Second Night King. He experienced the 5th mainland's Daoist sect from its peak to its decline. People like us are too far away from his era, so we can't explain it to you. The middle-aged man looked at Old White Ghost. I don't care who you are. Have that Second Night King come out first. Old White Ghost looked at the middle-aged man. Explain your identity first. The middle-aged man's gaze trembled and his aura changed once again. It was like a sharp blade that pierced through the heavens before spreading out and enveloping Ni Huang and the other half-ancestors. Chapter 2031. At that moment the wound on Kuei Luo's palm throbbed with pain, and the sharpness that should have been suppressed reappeared. He stared at the middle-aged man. This person was quite terrifying. Hinxin, sect master of the 3 ultimates, the middle-aged man said. Most people were confused. Only Ni Huang exclaimed, one of the 12 gates? Hinxin looked over. It seems like only you know. Your reactions prove that there's a problem with the Heavens sect. As humans you don't understand the 12 gates or the Heavens sect. Explain yourself. Ni Huang looked at Whitehead. Have the Second Night King come out. Whitehead did not understand. 12 gates. I seem to have read some ancient texts. The 12 gates no longer existed in the era of the Daoist sect. There were only a few of them. Have the Second Night King come out and explain to him, Ni Huang said. She had also come from the era of the Daoist sect, so her understanding far surpassed that of the Second Night King. However, she could not explain everything to Hinxin. Whitehead could not refuse, so he immediately had the Second Night King come out. The Second Night King looked around blankly, and when he saw Lu Yin's icy gaze, he became even more fearful. He had followed Lu Yin for some time now and understood this person. He was not a threat to Lu Yin in terms of strength, but when it came to scheming, even 10 of him would not be enough. He was worried that Lu Yin had set up a trap for him. Second Night King, tell me everything you know about human history, Ni Huang said calmly. The Second Night King was stunned. History. Just do as I say, Whitehead said impatiently. Faced with so many half-ancestors, especially that strange man in the distance, the second Night King felt immense pressure. This pressure far exceeded that of Whitehead and the others, and this was another half-ancestor. He had many questions, but he did not have the right to ask them right now. What I know of history starts from the Fifth Mainland's frigid Immortal sect. Back then, as he listened to the second Night King's narration, Lu Yin had someone record it. There would definitely be others from the same era as Xianxia, and it would be too troublesome to explain everything one by one. It was better to record it and let them see it for themselves. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard the second Night King talk about history, and he did not know much about that period either. He only knew that the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands had gone to war, and that Progenitor Chen had started the war. He only knew that when Progenitor Chen's cultivation he had been hunted down by the Daoist sect because of the giant's clone. The second Night King spent half a day before he was finally able to recount the history that he knew. Of course, given his status, what he knew was not the core of the story. Who was the Daoist sect? Is he still the former Dao Lord? Xian asked. The second Night King was at a loss, he did not know. Does the primogenitor exist? Xian asked again. The second Night King was still at a loss. Even the Neon Emperor was at a loss. Wasn't the primogenitor a legend? Primogenitors have always been legends. Do they really exist? Lu Yin asked. Xian didn't answer. According to what you said, the Fifth Mainland is going to be finished as well? The Eternals have already invaded. Can't you stop them? Everyone fell silent. They could tell that in Xian's time, the Eternals were far inferior to the humans. But why did the humans lose in the end? What in the world had happened? Who else appeared in this era with you? If we have enough experts, we might be able to defeat the Eternals, said the Heavenly Master. Xian looked to the south. I'm going to verify what you said. If it's true, I'll think of a way to destroy those monsters. After saying that, he turned to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly threw out the wireless goo. Senior, use this to contact me. Xian did not refuse, he took the wireless goo away. Lu Yin wanted him to stay, but he couldn't do so. This person had to go and verify something. This person was too reckless. In his time, the Eternals might have been suppressed by the humans, which was why he looked down on those monsters. However, those monsters had been able to slowly destroy the Five Mainlands, destroy the Daoist sect, and turn the primogenitor into a legend. Their strength was not something a half-ancestor like him could imagine. Senior Neon Emperor, what are the 12 heavenly gates? Lu Yin asked Neon Emperor. She had no intention of speaking. I know that Senior doesn't want to talk to me, but no one knows who will appear next. It's best if everyone knows, Lu Yin said. Neon Emperor muttered to herself for a moment before slowly answering. The humans once had a golden age. At that time, the Daoist sect was also known as the Heavenly Sect. It had the 3 realms, 6 Daos, 9 mountains, 8 seas and 12 heavenly gates. The 12 heavenly gates represented the top powerhouses of humanity's half-ancestors, and they were all destined to break through to the progenitor realm. Each of them had strength that was infinitely close to the progenitor realm, and they were the representatives of humanity's next era. Lu Yin was shocked. The 3 realms, 6 Daos? Wasn't that the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? How was it related to the Daoist sect? The noble that you encountered earlier was also one of the 12 heavenly gates, the sect master of the Yuhua heavenly gate. However, she wasn't from the same era as that person. Even though they were from different eras, you've all experienced noble strength, and that person was at least on the same level as her. What are the 3 realms, 6 Daos? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Neon Emperor retracted her gaze and her expression relaxed. The 3 realms, 6 Daos are legends, and I've only read about them in ancient texts. In the era that I was born, the 3 realms, 6 Daos had long since ceased to exist. The Daoist sect master that he spoke of should be the Daoist sect master. Of course, it could also be someone else. That's right, Lu Yin suddenly remembered. He had always known about the Daoist sect, but he had never heard of its sect master. How could a sect not have a sect master? He had never heard of the 5th Mainland's Daoist sect or the 6th Mainland's Daoist sect. The Daoist sect still existed in Senior's era. Then who was the sect master? Lu Yin asked. Neon Emperor Wang Si, Old White Ghost and Xiada all looked at Lu Yin. Wang Si sneered. Sect master? A remnant of the Lu family is indeed a remnant of the Lu family. Even if you've lost your memories, you still want to rely on your ancestor's name to take advantage of others. Lu Yin did not understand. Neon Emperor and the others left without saying anything else. Kuei Luo coughed a few times. About that, it's rumored that the 5th mainland's Daoist sect master is your Lu family's ancestor. Lu Yin's eyes widened. My Lu family's ancestor? Kuei Luo nodded. Didn't I tell you before that your Lu family has several progenitors including Lu Tianyi from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? There's also an even more ancient legendary existence, which is the Lu family's ancestor who might be the Daoist sect master. However, this legend has never been proven. In any case, this old man has never seen the Daoist sect master since I was born. Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder that Neon Emperor and the others had such strange expressions and looked so unhappy. According to Kuei Luo, the Lu family had always dominated the 5th mainland. Besides the Lu family's own strength, they also relied on the legend of their ancestor to dominate the 5th mainland. The Daoist sect master was a terrifying legend. Unfortunately, Lu Yin should have asked Hen Exin who the 5th mainland sect master was. Then he would have been able to confirm whether or not the Lu family's ancestor was the Lu family's ancestor. Fortunately, someone else would have appeared soon. Why hasn't the sect master appeared before? Lu Yin was puzzled. Kuei Luo shrugged. Who knows? Whether it's the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, the Daoist sect master has never appeared before. He then rubbed his chin. If the Daoist sect master is the so-called Dao Lord of the 6 Daos, then he must have become a legend even longer ago and must be related to the Eternals. Lu Yin laughed. He wanted to contact the Astral Combat Academy and ask about the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The fact that the 3 realms and 6 Daos had existed during Hen Xian's era meant that the Astral Combat Academy's 3 realms and 6 Daos might be related to that era. However, that era was so far away that there were even gaps in history. Why would the Astral Combat Academy have records of the 3 realms and 6 Daos? Could it be because of an inheritance? Lu Yin recalled the crazy headmaster's words. The Astral Combat Academy existed because of inheritances, and humans needed inheritances. Could this be an inheritance? Even if the 3 realms and 6 Daos had become a legend, the Astral Combat Academy's name? Hen Exin appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. At the same time, in the central weaves of the Outerverse, one figure after another emerged from the void. Some fell off planets and were heavily injured, some drifted through space and some were reduced to skeletons. A man walked out from outer space with a black aura around his body. He seemed to be searching for something, but after a long time he frowned. Why isn't there anything? As he spoke, a strangely shaped spacecraft slowly approached them. Inside the spacecraft were cultivators from the 6th mainland's Yungu. Yungu's Sword Valley master had died in the previous battle, and even his sword attendant Jianru had perished. Yungu had originally had an imprinter, but after Sword Valley master's death he had left. The various great powers of the 6th mainland had gathered in the central weaves, but Yungu had no one to lead him, so they could only slowly make their way over. The strongest person in the spacecraft was an enlighter with a power level of 400,000, and they nervously looked out into space, afraid that they would encounter the Eternals and be annihilated. Yungu had been glorious during its heyday, and Sword Valley Master had been an elder of the Daoist sect with 4 imprinters under his command. There had also been a Realm Ling and Jianru among the younger generation, and they had been the leader of the martial Immortal Realm's Sword Dao. Everyone envied them, but now they had been abandoned. The enlighter sighed and turned to leave, but his expression suddenly changed. A man had appeared behind him at some point and was staring at him coldly. Yungu had hundreds of thousands of disciples, but only a few tens of thousands had come from the 6th mainland to the 5th mainland's outerverse. Now there were only a few hundred who had the qualifications to follow him out, and this man was definitely not among them. Furthermore, he had not sensed when this person had appeared behind him. Who are you? The enlighter was on guard and his eyes were filled with fear. The man looked at him. Are you very afraid? The enlighter gulped. Senior, may I know who you are? I want to know what era we are in right now, the man slowly said. Not long after, the man clasped his hands behind his back and looked out into space. The enlighter was just standing there. Although this person had only spoken 2 sentences, not even 20 words, The Enlighter understood that this person had definitely lived for a very long time, and he did not even know what era he was in. Either he had sealed himself in ice, or he did not dare to imagine. Chapter 2032. Regardless of the situation, this person's appearance was likely to be Yun Gu's backer. When he thought of this, the Enlighter grew excited. Senior, I Yun Gu am willing to serve you with all my might. Please lead us through this calamity. The man was astonished. A race of ants from back then actually managed to destroy 5 continents. I've really wronged those fellows. What was once a joke has now become reality. After a pause, the man asked, do you know about Death Aura? The Enlighter was stunned. Death Aura? Yes, it's the power that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master Lu Yin uses. Tell me about it. The Enlighter thought for a moment and then said, the Fifth Mainland once held a supreme tournament to select the strongest member of the younger generation to become the paragon of their generation. My Sixth Mainland was originally determined to win, and the Daoist 3 skies all participated. However, in the end we were still defeated by Death Aura. Before that, this junior had never even heard of Death Aura. After that, Yun Gu specially investigated and found that Death Aura is the Spectre clan's power, and it comes from the legendary Death God. However, legends are just legends, and the Death God definitely did not exist. It should have been fabricated by the Spectre clan. The man listened quietly with a mocking expression. The Death God did not exist? What a joke. But if the Death God had already become a legend, then how long had it been? Did anyone still remember them in this era? When that Lu Yin uses Death Aura, his body will. Before he could finish, the man interrupted him. Alright, there's no need to continue. The man did not care about what would happen to Lu Yin when he used Death Aura. In this era, no one could compare to him when it came to using Death Aura. Even in his own era, there were very few people who could compare to him. After all, he was the Death God's disciple. Where is that Lu Yin? The Enlighter respectfully replied, I don't know. There was a decisive battle just now, so he might be in the Innerverse. As soon as he said those words, the man in front of him vanished. The Enlighter hurriedly searched for him, but he could not find him. He regretted it now, as if he had known earlier he would not have said anything. This person was definitely a powerhouse. What a pity. In the cosmic sea, a scream exploded through the void and caused the seawater to boil. On a deserted island, a woman trembled as she looked at herself in a mirror. Her face was deathly pale. How can this be? How can this be? My face has aged and my skin has dried up. What's going on? Another scream rang out. Wrinkles, they're actually wrinkles. How could this be? No, I have to recover my looks. I can't lose to that slut. Where's the face picker? What about the face pickers? You have to find it. After saying that, the island shattered and the woman tore through the starry sky to move. In the new universe, a ferocious-looking beast with a wingspan spanning tens of millions of kilometers was flying northward. The giant beast's aura swayed in the starry sky. Wherever it passed, all the cultivators were terrified. And on the back of the giant beast, there was a bearded man with his legs crossed and shaking leisurely. He was humming an unknown tune and was in a good mood. So much time has passed, but I'm still alive. Wow, life is truly wonderful. The bearded man laughed heartily. There was a group of cultivators squatting in front of him, and one of them was Prince Qing. He was an emissary, but he was now half squatting on the ground and looking at the bearded man in fear. The bearded man kept flipping through his gadget. This thing is quite interesting, haha. He then looked at Prince Qing. Kid, what are you looking at? I've never seen anything so valiant. I'm a warrior. Prince Qing forced a smile, but he didn't dare to answer. He was speechless. He had been forcibly conscripted to participate in the Innerverse Starfall Sea campaign, but after being defeated and brought back to the Neoverse, he was supposed to take Sky-bearing City's resources and hide in the Glory Realm. Unfortunately, he had encountered an emissary-level corpse king and had fought for a long time before settling it. Just as he was about to head to the Glory Realm, the bearded man had fallen out of the void. From that moment onwards, he had been reduced from a high and mighty emissary to a servant. Not only did he have to answer the bearded man's random questions, but he also had to cater to him. Fortunately, the bearded man wasn't too much of a bully. The only reason he was so obedient was because he could sense the bearded man's terrifying strength. Even the beast beneath his feet made it hard for him to breathe. It's good to leave that broken era. There were too many powerhouses. This era is much better, but the 5 continents have been destroyed by the Eternals. Just how powerful have those monsters become? This is a bit troublesome, the bearded man muttered to himself. He then turned to look in a certain direction. Hey, say something. Why are you pretending? You must be in a state of shock. The bearded man looked over and saw a young man standing at the edge of the beast's wings. Although the young man's back was facing the bearded man, King Qing could sense the young man's unfathomable aura. He had only felt such a feeling from Lu Yin before. It was a kind of boundless strength that was filled with vitality. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years and could erupt with destructive power at any moment. The young man was dressed in a white robe that was trimmed with gold. This kind of clothing was nothing special in this era, and there were other clothing that was far more extravagant than what he was wearing. However, in the ancient times such clothing only represented one identity, a Dao disciple. What's there to say? Since we're here, we're destined to restore the human race to its peak in this era, the young man said slowly as his lips curled up. Restore the era of the above heaven sect. The bearded man rolled his eyes. You're as arrogant as ever. You should know very well how powerful our era was. Even so, we were still defeated by the Eternals and ended up in such a miserable state. Do you really think that you can turn the tables on your own? The Eternals will win because they broke the human race's 2 eras. No matter how prosperous the human race was, without a successor, it would still decline. Just like this astral source universe, where the envoys cannot replenish their astral sources. In such an environment you can definitely defeat Sect Master Leng. The bearded man disdainfully replied, even if they can replenish their astral sources, I'll still win. The young man raised his head. The 2 eras were broken and ended the human race's future. However, we've reappeared and will continue this period of history. Or perhaps creating history is the same. That depends on whether you have the opportunity or not. Do you really think that the Eternals will give you a chance? They're not stupid, the bearded man said, and then he grinned. I wonder what would happen if you ran into a Lu family Dao disciple now. You're definitely a progenitor if you're still alive. The young man laughed. That's right. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely be a progenitor. The bearded man's expression changed slightly. He had read the history of this era, and the Daoist sect had long since become a thing of the past. The Lu family had become a primeval surname that everyone loathed. The people in front of him did not know what had happened in between, and he had to find someone to make a decision. However, he then looked at his gadget and saw a person's image. Was this young man related to the Lu family? Lu Yin's image appeared on his gadget. In the western flow zone of the Innerverse, which was far away from Chaos God Mountain. Outside of Heng Country, which was separated by 2 astral tributaries, there was a strange white cloud drifting through space. Clouds should not exist in outer space, but this white cloud distorted the void and seemed to connect to a certain region, embellishing the darkness of space with white. Suddenly, a smear of black appeared within the white cloud, followed by a pleasant voice. There's one in several directions. After that, the black disappeared and was replaced by a red color that resembled blood. Oh, is it too far away? Or did it really disappear? The red color disappeared as well, and a hand stretched out from within the white cloud. It was as white as jade and had slender fingers. It was an extremely beautiful hand. When the hand reached out with its palm facing up, a strange fluctuation appeared that constantly changed. I've got it. The hand then casually dissipated the fluctuating power in its palm. At that moment, a green bamboo shot towards the white cloud from afar. The white cloud did not move, but the bamboo turned to dust as it approached. Marquis Qingzhu walked out from outer space and looked at the white cloud with a serious expression. Who are you? The white cloud did not move, nor did it answer. A half-ancestor corpse king walked out from the other side, its scarlet eyes staring at the white cloud. It suddenly clasped its hands together and a huge phantom appeared behind it, transforming into a towering giant that slammed its palm towards the white cloud. This was a half-ancestor battle technique that froze the void and the stars. From top to bottom, space seemed to be compressed and distorted. The white cloud still did not move. This palm directly scattered the white cloud, and apart from the void shattering, there was nothing left. Marquis Qingzhu's expression changed. How could this be? He had clearly confirmed that there was someone here. Suddenly, a string appeared behind the corpse king and wrapped around his wrist. The other end of the string was pulled into the void, revealing a beautiful white palm. "Cut off your arm," Marquis Qingzhu shouted. The corpse king immediately cut off his wrist, thinking that he would be able to sever the string. However, he discovered that the string had mysteriously appeared above his severed arm, causing blood to splatter across space. The corpse king attacked again, severing his entire arm. However, the string appeared above his heart. Fate is a string, and it's not something that you can sever just because you want to. A pleasant voice rang out, but Marquis Qingzhu was horrified. Although he had lived for a long time, he had not experienced humanity's most prosperous era. During that era, the Daoist sect was also known as the Above Heavens sect, and all races had worshipped it. During that era, humanity's cultivation had blossomed, and astral sources were not the only source of power. During that era, many cultivation methods had been encouraged. During that era, so what if there was no astral source? Just like now, this string had nothing to do with astral sources. The Eternals had used the universe to devour astral sources in an attempt to enslave humanity. This method was useful to current cultivators, but it was practically useless to the cultivators of that era. They had walked their own paths, and the power they cultivated belonged solely to them. The corpse king grabbed at the other end of the string, but the closer his body got to the end, the more it began to crumble. The moment the corpse king touched the void, his body disappeared. Has cultivation declined? Did you use such methods to destroy the 5 continents? The pleasant voice rang out once more, and the string disappeared. Marquis Qingzhu's inner universe suddenly erupted, and countless green bamboos pierced through the void. Above his head, the mind web wrapped around him and dragged him up, trapping him within. He had done this on purpose, as he had no way of protecting himself under that string. Although he did not know how long he would be trapped for, it was better than dying. Chapter 2033. The void returned to its original state. Marquis Qingzhu felt bitter. According to the ancient gods' instructions, the half-ancestors had formed a team to search for and kill those ancient people, but they had been killed the moment they encountered them. How laughable. This was a powerhouse from the era of Tianzong when the humans were at their peak. If he wasn't wrong, then she was the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates. How terrifying. The ancient god had tried to eliminate those ancient powerhouses one by one before they joined forces, but he had overestimated the strength of his subordinates. Even Marquis Qingzhu could only choose to protect himself against the leader of the Elysium gates. On the other side, Lu Yin planned to roll his die to see if there was a chance for him to merge with these ancient powerhouses and examine their memories. The 5th mainland was huge, and it might not be easy to run into these ancient powerhouses. If they really had the ability, then Lu Yin hoped to contact them as soon as possible so that they could join forces to deal with the Eternals. What would truly decide the 5th mainland's fate was the battle between the half-ancestors. Currently, the humans' half-ancestors were concentrated in a few strongholds, and the internet was cut off. It was very difficult to find out what was happening in the outside world, so this was the only method Lu Yin could think of. Although the chances weren't high, he still had to try. Rolling the die depended on luck. Several months had passed since his last roll, so it should be easy for him to roll 6 pips. Lu Yin tapped out with his finger, and the die slowly spun until it stopped at 3 pips. There was nothing to improve, and even if he wanted to, he didn't have the money to do so. He only had around 70 billion star essence, which wasn't enough. Once again, the die stopped at 4 pips. Time stop space. After arriving at the time stop space, Lu Yin wanted to cultivate the serious art the most. This time, however, he took out the wisdom root, and he wasn't too far away from the 5th layer. With the support of the primogeniture scripture, Lu Yin could cultivate the serious art by about 4,000 stars a year. This time, with the wisdom root T, he didn't know if his comprehension of the art had deepened or if his realm had increased. When he walked out of the time stop space, his serious art's revolving stars had reached 75,000. And he wasn't too far away from the 99,000 stars needed to reach the 5th layer. He raised his hand, and the die appeared once more as he tapped out. This time it stopped at 5 pips. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It was useless. Wait, wasn't Kuei Luo outside? He immediately walked out of his seclusion. His place of seclusion was in Jinling, and Kuei Luo was also in Jinling. He had asked Kuei Luo to help guard him. So far, only Kuei Luo knew that he had a talent for dice, but he hadn't told Kuei Luo the specifics. The moment he stepped out of seclusion, Lu Yin's domain swept across the entirety of Nanjing, and he found Kuei Luo in a roast duck restaurant. The old man stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared and was still chewing on a duck leg. Lu Yin patted Kuei Luo's shoulder and said seriously, "Eat slowly." With that he left. From beginning to end Kuei Luo was in a daze. He even thought he was hallucinating. It was only when people around him started talking that he was sure that the Lu brat had really been there and even patted him. What was the meaning of this? Lu Yin returned to his seclusion grounds with a gloomy expression. That old bastard Kuei Luo had no innate gift at all. No wonder he hadn't used it. It was a waste of his energy. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it and watched it slowly come to a stop. 4 pips. Time stop space again. This time he did not plan to use the root of wisdom. There was only one root of wisdom left, so he had to use it sparingly. By the time he left the time stop space, Lu Yin's art of Sirius could already circulate 80,000 stars. A total of 80,000 stars. He just needed to enter the time stop space a few more times to reach the peak of the 5th level. "Kid, what's the meaning of this?" Kuei Luo asked. Lu Yin didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "This old man is eating roast duck. Why did you pat me?" Kuei Luo asked. As an old monster who had survived the 4 cardinal scales pursuit, he was very vigilant. If not for Lu Yin, even Ni Huang wouldn't have been able to pat him. However, it was precisely because of Lu Yin that he had acted strangely. The more abnormal a person's actions were, the more suspicious they were. This was Kuei Luo's life principle. Lu Yin had forgotten that to Kuei Luo, it had only been a few seconds since he had patted him, but to Lu Yin almost a year had passed. "I told you to eat slowly," Lu Yin said. Kuei Luo fell silent. "What do you mean?" "Eat slowly, don't choke." "Kid, are you crazy?" "Keep eating." In the roast duck restaurant, Kuei Luo stared at the duck leg in his hand, unable to eat it. Lu Yin took a deep breath and ignored Kuei Luo. Suddenly an earth-shattering roar rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed and he walked out of space. Within the solar system, countless cultivators looked towards the south. One of the astral beasts let out a howl as it tried to ram into the stars. A figure on its back shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to resist? Stop." The figure exerted force with one foot, causing the astral beast to howl again. It spat out blood and its ferocious eyes dimmed. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. It was Wang Si. He didn't know where that old bitch had found this astral beast, but if he wasn't mistaken, it was from the same era as Hen Exen. He wanted to learn more about that era through this astral beast. It didn't take long for the beast to be captured by Wang Si. Lu Yin was envious, he wanted it too. The reason he had rolled the die was because he wanted to enter the body of a primordial powerhouse and examine their memories. He hadn't expected Wang Si to capture an ancient beast. "Senior, go listen," Lu Yin said to Kuei Luo, who had just walked out. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. "I don't want to get beaten up." "Don't you want to know what happened in the primordial era? Back then, the humans were known as the Heavenly School and even the Eternals looked down on them. How did it become like this? There's also the Tao Master and the 12 Heavenly Gates. Don't you want to know?" Lu Yin tempted him. He knew that Kuei Luo couldn't stand gossip. Kuei Luo sneered. "You're too inexperienced to trick me. Let me tell you, the more you want to know, the more you can't rush it. Take your time." He then let out a strange laugh and glanced at Wang Si and the others. Lu Yin understood. The old man had set his sights on Wang Si. He returned to his seclusion grounds and rested for 10 days before continuing to roll the die. This time he was lucky and rolled 6 pips. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space with anticipation, and he was surprised to see several bright orbs around him. Was his luck that good? He casually picked one and merged his consciousness with it. A fierce roar rang out, and before he could react, a huge shadow appeared beside him and sent him flying. He could vaguely hear the screams of many people. Lu Yin crashed into the ground and coughed a few times. He endured the pain and looked up, only to see a familiar starry sky. He looked back and saw the mother tree connecting the heavens and the earth. Was this the battlefield on the other side? "Order Master Chun, are you all right?" someone shouted. "Order Master Chun?" Lu Yin was confused, but the next moment, memories flooded in. His expression changed. He had actually merged with the body of the second formation. He knew of this Order Master Chun and he had even seen him before. Back at the second formation base, It had been him who had controlled the giant corpse king, which had prevented the source cone array from being completely destroyed. This person was a fourth tribulation expert, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin had merged with him. "Be careful, Order Master Chun," someone shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw a giant corpse king descend from the sky, viciously stomping on him. He hurriedly dodged, but the ground shook as the giant corpse king pressed down with a terrifying force that distorted the void. Lu Yin continuously dodged as he looked around. This was still the second formation base, so where was the source box array? Memories continued to flood in and Lu Yin focused on this period of time. His expression changed again. How could it have been so intense? Roughly 3 months ago, a rare and intense battle had broken out on the other side of the battlefield. From the sovereign realm to the new continent, battles had broken out everywhere. The Eternal Race's 12 marquises had all been mobilized, and the Cosmic Tree Domain had also sent several half-progenitors as reinforcements. The battle had already been going on for 3 months without pause. The humans had started this war, and on the surface, their goal was to seize control of the new continent. Order Master Chun had only received this order, but in reality, Lu Yin knew that their goal was to delay the Eternals. It was no wonder why the Eternals had remained so quiet even after 2 months had passed since that battle. They had probably not sent any reinforcements. The Cosmic Tree Domain had been frantically attacking, but the second formation base had not made much progress. Beneath the new continent, Lu Yin had learned from Order Master Chun's memories that the myriad Dao ancestor had led the remaining troops to break through Xiang City and head towards the center of the new continent. Occasionally, progenitor shockwaves would descend from above. Of the original 5 Order Masters, 3 had died, including Lu Yin, who was the hidden 6th. They had all been 4th or 5th tribulation experts. The other formation bases had also suffered heavy losses. As for when this war would end, even Order Master Chun had no idea. Lu Yin controlled Order Master Chun's body to continuously retreat before withdrawing from the fusion. He could not control Order Master Chun any longer, or the bastard would be beaten to death. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he hurriedly left his seclusion to look for the Elysian Heavenly Master. He had previously guessed that once the 5th mainland was in trouble, the Cosmic Tree Domain would likely take action to delay the Eternals and prevent them from sending more experts. However, that was just a guess without any evidence. Now that he knew the situation at the Cosmic Tree Domain, the Eternals probably did not have the energy to send reinforcements here. He had to unite with the Primordial Era's powerhouses and force the Eternals out. Otherwise, he would not have another chance. On the battlefield at the back of the Cosmic Tree Domain, the humans had always been on the defensive. They had been able to suppress the Eternals because the progenitors had been delayed by the 5th mainland. However, this situation would not last for long. The humans were different from the Corpse Kings, and they were not as resilient. Once the Eternals turned around and suppressed the humans and sent reinforcements to the 5th mainland, the humans would have no hope at all. "Senior, how is the source box array coming along?" Lu Yin asked. Only the Elysian Heavenly Master could set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation source box array that would allow him to contact Elder Chan and the others. The Elysian Heavenly Master replied, "It's done, but this type of array can only be used in one direction. After all, the time it takes to set it up is too short. Once you go to the Neoverse, you'll have to run back on your own if you want to come back." Lu Yin nodded and looked towards a corner of the solar system. That was where the Wen family was. "Thank you. Faraway 1985, thanks for all your support. I've been saving up for the past few days and I'll be releasing more chapters in a few days. Thank you." Chapter 2034. The previous battle had shown Lu Qianjue, the Wen family, and the other powers how terrifying the Eternals were, and they no longer insisted on defending. That spirit of wanting to die at home was only because they had not seen the desperate situation. Once they lost all hope, their thoughts would change. Now they had all followed Lu Yin to the solar system. Humanity was united against the Eternals, and Lu Yin did not reject the Wen family, who had refused to join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, there were still some things that they needed to do. When Zizai's expression turned ugly. "Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to follow you through life and death. Please don't take the past to heart." Lu Yin replied, "I've already assigned this mission to you, so you have to go. There's no need to say anything else." When Zizai hesitated, Lu Yin had just found him and asked him to bring something called a wireless goo to the Neoverse and find Elder Chan. Lu Yin had also told him how to use it so that it would be easier to contact him. How could he return to the Neoverse? When Zizai knew that even if the fifth mainland was destroyed by the Eternals, they would still be able to survive. Lu Yin had a way to take them away, but now he wanted to take Wen Zizai away. Alliance Master Lu, my Wen family is willing to contribute all of our resources and obey your every command from now on. Please give us a way out, Wen Zizai said respectfully and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. He was not looking for Wen Zizai for revenge, and now was not the time to do so. This mission required an expert, or else they might not be able to find Elder Chan. Furthermore, if they were not emissaries and could not keep up, when would they be able to find him? Lu Yin was reluctant to let his emissaries go, but Wen Zizai was more suitable. The old man had always competed with Lu Yin and he was strong enough to be sent. Senior Wen, I'm not denying you a way out. This mission must be completed by an emissary. Who else do you think is suitable besides you? Lu Yin retorted. Wen Zizai did not want to go as he might not be able to return. No one knew what the situation was with the Eternals outside. Perhaps the Neoverse had already been taken over by the Eternals. Can you let me think about it? Wen Zizai asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. There's no time. At that moment, President Han arrived. Alliance Master Lu, I have something to discuss with Brother Wen. Could you make it convenient? Lu Yin waved a hand. Wen Zizai and President Han stood far away from Lu Yin. It's a good thing that you're here. Lu Yin told me to go to the Neoverse and deliver a letter to the Hall of Honor. President Han was surprised. You're going? Wen Zizai sighed. Other than me, do you think he would use his own people? President Han could not help but look at Lu Yin. The situation in the outside world was complicated, and they had 4 half-progenitors and 1 ancestral tortoise. But they were still worried that the Eternals would attack them. Once they left, it would be hard to say if they would survive. It'll be very difficult to return from the Neoverse. What do you plan to do? When Zizai looked at President Han. Do you still remember that stone? President Han's gaze darkened. You want to use that stone to protect you? Brother Han, when your Han family was in trouble, it was my Wen family that saved you and even opened Yi Huang Academy for you. My Wen family hasn't asked for anything from you for a long time. Previously, in exchange for first place in the Wen family, I said that you would hand over the rock with the landscape painting on it as repaying the kindness that my Wen family has shown you over the years. But in the end, I only showed it to Lu Yin and didn't hand it over, so I returned it to you. This time, can you hand it over in exchange for my life? President Han smiled bitterly. Are we still going to give it to him in the end? If even that stone is there. If you can't exchange it for me, then that's fate, Wen Zizai said helplessly. President Han looked at Lu Yin and stepped forward to appear in front of him. He raised his hand, and in his palm was the stone with the landscape painting engraved on it. Alliance Master Lu, can you use this to switch with someone else to complete the mission? Lu Yin looked at the stone in President Han's hand. It's useless even if you give it to me. But it's very useful to the Eternals, President Han said. Lu Yin looked at President Han. I want to know its origins. President Han shook his head. We didn't lie to Alliance Master Lu back then. We really don't know anything about it. We only know that our Han family has been protecting this stone for generations. We don't know anything about its uses or origins. If Alliance Master Lu doesn't believe me, I can swear another oath. In the past, Lu Yin might not have had any thoughts about this stone, but ever since he had fused with Master Hao Yu's body, he had learned about that place. He had also learned that the star chart that Jeffrey had lost in Jeffrey's secret room had led to that place. The Eternals had a purpose in everything they did. They had stolen the star chart from Jeffrey's secret room and found the place that the Hall of Honor was taking seriously. In the end, they had even brought hope to the fifth mainland. They had set up a black crystal that contained a liquid that could devour the astral source universe and bring disaster to humanity. They had a strong purpose in everything they did, and there was a high chance that they would succeed. So what about this stone? The Eternals had sent a Corpse King to keep an eye on it, and the Corpse King didn't dare to act recklessly. They were even more cautious than when they had faced Jeffrey's secret room. This stone represented a completely different meaning. Lu Yin stared at the stone for a long time before finally sighing. Looks like I'll have to find someone else. President Han watched as Lu Yin took the stone away, and he was in so much pain that he almost suffocated. This was something that his Han family had protected for countless years, and he could only hand it over to repay the Wen family's kindness. The Elysian Heavenly Master watched this scene quietly, and he finally understood why Lu Yin had succeeded. Lu Yin's goal had been too clear. He had not sought revenge for this mission, nor had he sought out Wen Zizai in order to obtain something. He truly wanted to use this person, and the Elysian Heavenly Master was certain of this. Lu Yin had a good grasp of the big picture. However, Lu Yin had once revealed his goal to Wen Zizai and the others because he wanted to obtain something. These people were always able to think of ways to save their lives at critical moments. In the end, Lu Yin had gained a lot from being passive. Every step he took had paved the way for him, and even if he did not use Wen Zizai, he knew who to use. Perhaps this was a tactic, but the Elysian Heavenly Master shook his head. This person would never become an absolute lockbreaker. His heart was too complicated. When Zizai and President Han left. From now on, the Eternals would be like the Sword Sect and the Lingling clan. They could only follow Lu Yin and peacefully join the Great Eastern Alliance, unless an even stronger powerhouse replaced Lu Yin. Lu Yin put away the stone and called for Kuei Luo. Come with me to find Wang Si. Why are you looking for that old slut? Kuei Luo was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled. Don't you want to know what that ancient beast told her? Kuei Luo shook his head. I told you not to rush. There's always a way. I'll keep an eye on her and take it one step at a time. I can't wait. Lu Yin walked towards the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force and tore through the void to vanish. Kuei Luo hurriedly followed. Don't act recklessly or they'll really kill you. Although he was confident that he could use the path to the Astral Tree Expeditionary Force to prevent Wang Si and the others from attacking him, Lu Yin still wanted to be safe. He had trapped himself in the egg and Kuei Luo was disgusted. He felt more and more like this brat's bodyguard, following him wherever he went. Old slut, come out and meet me. Lu Yin shouted. A vast pressure descended in front of him, but it was blocked by Kuei Luo. Lu Yin sneered. The pressure of a half-ancestor is useless against me. How many half-ancestors have appeared? Little bastard, what are you trying to do? Wang Si walked out and stared at Lu Yin coldly, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Lu Yin grinned. Let's make a deal. With you. Wang Si was disdainful. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. What, you don't want Wang Su and Wang Yi anymore? Wang Si stared at Lu Yin. You're willing to let them out? Lu Yin sighed. Actually, I'm very troubled. There's something I've been thinking about for a long time, but I don't know if I should do it. He then looked at Wang Si seriously. Wang Su is pretty. Wang Si was stunned as if she hadn't heard him clearly and hadn't reacted. Kuei Luo tilted his head and stared at Lu Yin in shock. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled. I think Wang Su is pretty. You know what men are like. Wang Si was furious and charged at Lu Yin, pressing down with a palm. At the same time, a black rope appeared in the void to bind Lu Yin. Kuei Luo yelped and hurriedly blocked Wang Si, his spiritual force exploding as he forced Wang Si back. Lu Yin didn't resist and allowed the forbidden technique to bind him. In any case, Wang Si couldn't hurt him. However, this secret technique was truly impossible to guard against, as it couldn't even protect one's egg. As expected of a technique created by a progenitor. Get lost, you old thing. Wang Si bellowed, glaring at Lu Yin as if she had gone mad. Her current state was beyond Lu Yin's expectations, and it was even more intense than he had imagined. It was as if she was the one being captured instead of Wang Su. Kuei Luo was shocked as well. Wang Si's attacks were becoming more and more intense, and it looked like she was about to use her inner world to perish together with Lu Yin. Kuei Luo hurriedly shouted, Kid, don't spout nonsense. This old bitch is crazy. At this point Ni Huang, Whitehead, Xiada and the Sage Heavenly Master all came out. Lu Yin saw that the situation was getting out of hand and immediately said, It's just a compliment. What's the rush? Wang Si panted heavily as she glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with malevolence and hatred. My Wang family can't have anything to do with the Lu family. Not a single one of them. Release Wang Su. What's going on? Ni Huang stood between the two and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected Wang Si to be so agitated and he helplessly replied, Let's make a deal. She's gone crazy. What kind of deal? Ni Huang asked in a low voice. Wang Si was a half-progenitor and it was impossible for her to lose control of her emotions so easily. This brat had actually caused her to go crazy, and even Ni Huang was curious. Even further away, the envoys looked over. This was a half-progenitor's territory, and even though they didn't dare to approach, they still wanted to. Lu Yin looked at Wang Si. She was still very agitated, as if she wanted to eat someone. The more agitated she was, the more likely this deal would succeed. Only tell Wang Si about this deal, Lu Yin said. Ni Huang frowned and looked at Wang Si. Wang Si took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. All right, I'll listen. Ni Huang, Whitehead, and Xiada exchanged glances and slowly retreated. Only Kue Luo was left standing between Lu Yin and Wang Si. Lu Yin said, I want to exchange Wang Su and Wang Yi for the second Night King. Wang Si was shocked. The second Night King? He's currently from the frigid Immortal sect. Chapter 2035. Lu Yin didn't mind Wang Si's words and replied, That's your business. In any case, I want the second Night King to complete a mission for me. You can negotiate with Old White Ghost. Wang Si gritted her teeth and replied coldly, No junior has ever dared to speak to me like that. Even when you were still Zhou Xian, you had to be respectful to me. Cut the crap, it's your business whether you agree or not. Wang Su is so pretty, and I'm even considering having a child with her. Someone needs to inherit the Lu bloodline, so don't worry, I'll be responsible for her. I heard that my father did the same back then, Lu Yin casually replied. Kue Luo grinned, they were indeed the same. Wang Si's eyes were bloodshot and she spoke in a hoarse voice, Lu bastards are all the same. Fine, I'll make a deal with you. Release Wang Su and Wang Yi after this, or I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. She then turned and walked towards Old White Ghost. Kue Luo moved closer to Lu Yin with a strange expression. Kid, do you really want something to happen between you and Wang Su? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Of course not, I have a wife. I'm just scaring her. I'm not that despicable. You really are the same as your father, Kue Luo praised, though it wasn't clear whether it was praise or disdain. Lu Yin smiled. I use different methods to deal with different people. For a mortal enemy like Wang Si, nothing is too much. But I have my limits and I know what to do and what not to do. On the other side, Old White Ghost looked over with deep suspicion. Wang Si seemed to be talking to him about something. Lu Yin didn't care what Wang Si did. They were all part of the four sides of the scale. To Old White Ghost, the second Night King was strong, but he was still a slave and the Wang family had plenty of ways to make him agree. Not long after, Wang Si and Old White Ghost approached. What mission do you want the second Night King to complete? Old White Ghost asked. Lu Yin replied, It's none of your business. Old White Ghost was displeased. Wang Si snorted, Old man, we had a deal. Old White Ghost waved his hand and barked, Second Night King, come here. In the distance, the second Night King's heart sank when he heard Old White Host's voice. It was him again. He had been the one to explain the mysterious person's appearance, and now it was him. He knew that Lu Yin wouldn't let him off. Lu Yin looked over. He naturally wouldn't let a traitor off the hook. Ever since his identity had been exposed, Lu Yin had tried to use the caged cage technique to control the second Night King, but it had failed and the second Night King had been controlled by Old White Ghost. With Old Ghost Bai's strength, he easily dispelled the caged spell. After all, the caged spell was created by the Bai family, so it was more suitable for them to use. It was also because Old White Ghost had controlled the second Night King that the second Night King had told them about Lu Yin, allowing them to find this place. It was not accurate to say that it was a betrayal. No one wanted to die. Can you speak now? Old White Ghost asked Lu Yin when he saw that the second Night King had arrived. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin and his eyes were filled with apprehension. He was a peerless powerhouse, but after escaping from the ruins of the frigid Immortal sect, his life had been miserable. First, he had been locked up in Kuan's swamp by the head judge, and then he had been controlled by Lu Yin. After that, it was Old White Ghost and now it was Lu Yin. He felt as if he had lost all of his dignity. The more they understood Lu Yin, the more they realized how troublesome it was to be targeted by him. Even though Lu Yin was just an emissary, the matters that he was involved with might not even be settled by a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin looked at the second Night King's wary and apprehensive expression and found it funny. Don't worry, it's not a suicide mission. Lu Yin raised his hand and a wireless goo appeared. You know about this. Your mission is to bring it to Elder Chan. The second Night King's eyes widened. Go to the Neoverse? Lu Yin nodded and tossed a few wireless goo to the second Night King. It's simple, right? The second Night King was not stupid, and if Wen Zizai could think of it, so could he. If he stayed here, he could follow the frigid Immortal sect to the astral trees. Although he would still be controlled by the frigid Immortal sects by family, it was better than waiting for death. If he left, he might encounter the Eternals. If he could not replenish his astral source, he would die if he left. He could not help but look at Old White Ghost. Old White Ghost frowned and turned to leave. He had clearly agreed. What are you hesitating for? Isn't it better to fight for your freedom than to follow the frigid Immortal sect and become a slave to the Bai family? If you go to the Neoverse, Old White Ghost will go to another part of the universe and he won't be able to control you. The second Night King was helpless. I understand. Senior, I'll have to trouble you, Lu Yin said to the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master nodded and left with the second Night King's source box formation. On the other side, Wang Si was staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Wang Su and Wang Yi. The two were at a loss when they came out. What are you waiting for? What a disgrace! Wang Si shouted. The two hurried behind Wang Si and looked up to see Lu Yin. Wang Yi's gaze was filled with unwillingness. He was a cold person and this experience had clearly affected him. Wang Su looked at Lu Yin deeply as if he wanted to engrave him in his heart. Wang Si had nothing to say to Lu Yin, so she left with them. What a pity. Lu Yin was disappointed. I let go of such a good hostage. I don't know if it was worth it. It doesn't matter if it was worth it or not, Kuei Luo said, sizing up Lu Yin. Speaking of which, your mouth is quite annoying sometimes. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It's a misunderstanding. How would I know that she'd go crazy? That's true ability. Kuei Luo sighed and smiled. Being annoying is the way of the king. Lu Yin didn't want to talk about this as he felt like he was being dragged down. There's something I forgot to tell you. I once met someone who's quite suitable to be your disciple. Kuei Luo straightened his back and waved a hand. I'm all alone in this world and don't need any disciples. There's no one qualified to be my disciple. Lu Yin casually replied, I think that person is all right. There's a secret technique called keeping one's word. People will believe what they say. Kuei Luo was puzzled. I wasn't encouraging you when I praised you. It was just a casual compliment. Don't use that on me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could there be such a boring secret technique? Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo seriously. I didn't believe it either until I saw it with my own eyes. If we meet in the future, I'll introduce you to him. He's not bad. He then left. Kuei Luo was at a loss. Was there really such a secret technique? Secret techniques were created by Ancestor Realm experts. With such a secret technique, how bored was the Ancestor Realm expert that created it? Suddenly, Kuei Luo looked towards the south. At the same time, Enai Huang and the other half-ancestors also looked towards the south. They could feel the aftermath of a battle between half-ancestors. At the edge of the cosmic sea, the astral beast was about to head towards the Innerverse eastern flow zone when Lu Bujing, who was leisurely sipping his tea, suddenly looked towards the west. Suddenly he looked to the west and immediately had the astral beast turn around. It's Hen Xing. It looks like he's met a strong enemy. Not long after, the astral beast arrived at the edge of the goo flow zone. Under the surging poisonous gas, a figure stood in space, fresh blood flowing down his back. When the astral beast arrived, that person calmly turned around and met Lu Bujing's gaze. Lu Bujing was shocked. You're injured? The person at the edge of the goo flow zone was Hen Xing. On the astral beast's back, the youth in white robes with golden embroidery was also shocked. Although he wasn't a half-ancestor, he was well aware of the strength of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders. Hen Xing was an ordinary person with no innate talent or background, but he had cultivated to the peak as an ordinary person and cultivated 3 ultimates. People like that were even more difficult to deal with. None of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders were easy to deal with. However, Hen Xing had actually been injured by a half-ancestor of this era. In Lu Bujing's opinion, this should be impossible. Although they had only been in this era for a short period of time, they understood that this era could not compare to the era when the humans were at their peak. The difference in cultivation was more than just an era. Otherwise, the Eternals would not have been able to invade and destroy the 5 mainlands. However, the person who had been injured was not a half-ancestor of this era, but one of the 12 Elysian Gates leaders from the era of above heaven. Xianxia took a step forward and landed on the astral beast's back. His expression was solemn. We encountered 2 Eternals, but one of them is human. Her innate talent is strange and she's quite strong. If I'm not mistaken, the technique she used should be from the Wang family. Lu Bujing frowned. My 5th mainland's Wang family? Xianxia solemnly replied, not only that. The technique she used came from the Wang family, but her movement technique came from the tablet protector. Senior Wuxing Lu Bujing was shocked. Xianxia solemnly said, many things have changed since our era. Some people have died and others have betrayed us. We need to reevaluate this era. He then took out the wireless goo. Before that, let's deal with the Eternals first. They can only use the strength of a half-ancestor under the progenitor realm, so they have an advantage over us. However, we might not be able to do it with just the 2 of us. We need to contact the half-ancestors of this era. The wireless goo could ignore distance, but unfortunately it could not be used for video calls or conversations. With a cultivator's learning ability, they could easily control the wireless goo. Xianxia quickly used the goo to contact Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the information sent by the wireless goo and immediately went to find Kuei Luo and Heavenly Master Xianxia. It's that ancient powerhouse from before. He fought with the Eternals. The Corpse King and Wang Ho should have been injured. You encountered Wang Ho. Heavenly Master Xianxia was shocked. It seems that these people from the primordial era are more powerful than we thought. Wang Ho is not simple. Someone who could escape from her must be at least at the level of Elder Chan or Ni Huang. Lu Yin shook his head. He was the one who defeated Wang Ho and heavily injured the Corpse King. If Wang Ho hadn't used his innate gift to injure him, then at least one of the 2 half-ancestors would have been left behind. Heavenly Master Xianxia fell silent. They had always believed that the people of this era were not inferior to the ancients. In the past there had been Progenitor Qin, Talisman Progenitor and Progenitor Wushang. These progenitors were all shockingly talented, but they were only progenitors. At the level of half-ancestor they were far inferior to these ancient powerhouses. Wang Ho had been able to hold back 5 half-ancestors by himself, but that person had been able to defeat Wang Ho. This was the strength of one of the 12 Heavenly Gates leaders. The wireless goo continued to transmit information. Lu Yin looked at it and suddenly became overjoyed. He hurriedly sent a message.